Hi, everybody. We are back once again with the crew of the Gloved Molotov playing some stars without number. It's episode 40.
Episode 4.
Yeah. I'm genuinely surprised, but also pleased. It's nice. Is there any enthusiasm going on at all, everybody?
No.
Hell yeah! I was pretty mind blown when I was setting up.
This is where I've got to try and figure out what the hell you guys did last week.
Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Everything's definitely fine.
Well then.
Did I say it's fine?
That's a lie.
We shall see.
Everything is awesome.
I will commence with the recap.
Oh boy.
When last we saw the crew of the Gloved Molotov, they had boarded a large vessel, a crashed research cruiser on a large mantle of some kind of ferromagnetic plate, some kind of superconductor. As they began to investigate this vessel, which may or may not become their own, they encountered a bit of resistance in the form of an indigenous creature. It resembles a roughly humanoid-sized jellyfish that was quite fond of grabbing onto people, crushing their limbs, and draining the power from their vac suits, armor, and weapons. After some challenging encounters, the crew were able to dispatch those already on board, including those that were using their proclivity with electricity to pilot dead bodies. And thanks to some ingenious and creative thinking on the part of Dimitri, Darius was able to create a hack to modulate the power systems of the ship's reactor, your suits, and even Pim's core to make them look less appetizing to these jellyfish creatures, which have been now dubbed the Blub by the party. Now, oh dear, Treasure's messing around. As a byproduct of this power modulation, none of the power cells, reactors, or things like that are running as well as they could be, meaning that Pim doesn't have enough power to properly operate his Voyager armature.
Pim also does not have enough power to operate his internet at the moment.
Indeed. Dear Mikhail is having some technical difficulties, but he has encouraged us to carry on, which is fine. So now, after dealing with issues and with Darius and Dimitri heading down to the ship's reactor room and installing some new fissionable material inside it, the crew have now been able to see a full snapshot of the vessel proper and noticed quite a few things of interest as they were skimming through these security feeds. There seems to be a cold sleep pod in the cold sleep pod bay that has been kept operational in spite of the lack of available shipboard power. Someone looks like they bodged a few small-scale reactors to the side of this sleep pod to keep somebody in there for a long period of time. There also appeared to be one remaining dead body being controlled by a blub in the lower engine room on deck 3. What else was of interest? I have notes. I have bountiful notes.
We should call it Bob. Bob the Blub.
Yes. Yeah, there were also several crashed and damaged drones that function as part of the ship's onboard hydroponic system. And I think that's all you expressed an immediate interest in.
Did the ship log say how long it's been sitting here?
Yes, that is a good point. So as Dimitri and Darius return from the belly of the ship and are, I assume, with other people poking around on ship systems, seeing what's what on the bridge, it looks like this vessel, the last reported log entry on the part of its captain was recorded on the 14th of November, 3196. So about 4 years ago. It's how long it crashed.
More recent than I thought.
The party are on the bridge of the ship, and you can do whatever you like.
Well, thank fuck for that. I didn't want to see what would happen if one of them got their tentacles into my cyberware.
Speak for yourself. I've got to recharge Vesuvius before I can use her.
Yeah. Hey, Charles.
Yes.
The dude in the cold sleep. How long does one of those cold sleep pods, like, I don't know, maintain life?
Forever?
As long as it has power, indefinitely, from what I know. Unless there's a malfunction within the pod itself, of course.
Probably gonna have a shitload of freezer burn though, isn't he?
As long as he's brought out the right way, no, he should be fine.
Should we
Then
wake
again,
him up?
So depends on how quickly he was put in there. If they did the proper prep to get his body ready for cryosleep. Let's go have a look at what they've done to the sleep pod first, because I don't want to be messing with anything that could be too dangerous. So I'm going to make my way towards where the sleep pod is. If
Okay.
anyone's coming along.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Yeah, I'll follow.
What, just before you go, gentlemen, do any of you know what the salvage rules are? Like, if we
Salvage
find that
rules.
it is ours, but if there's a member of the crew on board still alive, does it mean that we can't get it?
I mean, it's finders keepers and we toss the cargo overboard.
I'm sure the man that's in cryo will be more than receptive to have us take possession of the ship for saving his life and all of that. And we don't know why he's in the pod. For all we know, I could walk down there and there's half a human in cryo sleep. I need to
Half
see.
of what else?
That's another thing. What if he
No,
was
just half
infected
of
with
him.
one of these damn jellyfish before he was put in there?
I'd like to see that.
I would not. Actually, I could probably get a sample.
Okay,
Okay.
so the three of you proceed on your way to the now functioning onboard elevator that can take you up to deck 1 and investigate this cold sleep pod. What are the rest of the party doing while they are doing that?
I will be checking ship systems and seeing what needs to be repaired for liftoff and this kind of stuff.
Catalina
Okay.
is currently doing diagnostics. She's trying to get that one computer up and going, so that she can figure out what needs urgent repair to get this off plate. Space rock.
I covered I covered some of this previously, but right now,
Well, we need
You-
to fix. We need
Yeah,
to
so-
fix the hole in the lab and something.
you have introduced fresh material to the reactor.
Somebody's
Alright.
outside.
Somebody
I
has
am.
growth.
Yeah.
Magpies are.
So
on.
the reactor is now somewhat functional. It's operating at half efficiency, which means that if you want the ship to do everything, you will need to maybe juggle power in between systems to a certain extent. Like currently, you don't have any power going to the multifocal lasers or the targeting system, or to the spike drive, or the fuel scoops, or the tractor beam. But other internal systems are still functional, like lights. You don't have any onboard air, however, because the hydroponic system is very dead. So
And the tanks are run. Good.
yeah, remaining in your suits is the wise thing to do. Right now, though, the main thing to get this ship away from the debris field is just fixing propulsion.
And the hole.
Yes, and the breach in the hull. Now, the ship has lost one of its secondary propulsion units, but it might be buried in a field of debris, kind of Chris and noise.
Sorry.
Is
Wind-
kind of
Wind and birds.
is kind of it could potentially be buried in a debris field further along the plate. So, could you just make me a general tech, push tech, or tech astronautic roll?
Who?
The people doing the pondering
Mate.
about ship functionality.
Okay.
Ah,
I will do mine on screen because I have numbers.
8.
8. Okay.
Post-tech roll?
Post tech or tech astronautic, whichever you prefer.
With intelligence?
Will it be
Yeah, with
8?
intelligence.
It'd be 8 for astronautic and 9 for post-tech.
Okay. You think that
10 or
if
9.
you can, you think if you can get some of the thrusters functional, if like the ship won't be turning starboard anytime soon. But if you do a wide turn port, you could basically bring the ship around and then use the tractor beam to pick up the broken thruster that was sheared off and then carry it out of the debris field and then reattach it once you're a bit safer.
That is a lot of effort. So, how many crew is this ship meant to have?
It will run on 30 bare minimum.
No, it will run on bare minimum 6.
You can certainly try.
Well, apparently Mr. DM has 24 people that to just put on the ship while we're not watching.
You saw 100
There's
before.
robots around in that we can repair to get it working.
And you are forgetting that it is in my programming to fly a ship like this. I should be able to function as at least 15.
Pim, are you capable of doing
Pretty
so
impressive.
in your current state, though?
Not in my current state. We would need to install the supercomputer and make some upgrades. All of which I am capable of doing.
Duh, but you are currently running on very little percentage of your capacity.
Normal function. Duh.
That is not a problem.
Okay.
I do not think we can just cut the supercomputer out of the Molotov and put it in here.
There's not enough
Why
power.
Why not? We did it on Mumina.
No. There is not enough power to run it currently. We need to get this ship itself up and running before anything else can be done.
This is true. I would probably have to plug myself into the Omnipotent and give Lucky instructions.
More than willing to try it.
He says over radio as he's walking away.
Duh, everything is over radio. So we need to get the power output up. We need to make sure all the thruster systems are working. We need to fix that hole.
Duh. Has anybody contacted Lucia and Tazi for assistance?
Yeah,
Yes,
if you wanted to.
we can do this now.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to completely reconstruct the vehicle before we leave.
That will take a long time, I think.
We do not. Do you see a shipyard around
Indeed.
here?
What I mean is, we need to get it so the ship can move, and put everything we need to take with us into the cargo bay. I doubt we'll be able to come back in after we take the ship out.
Pim does have good point there.
No, I do not disagree.
Collect everything, then leave.
Well, the other problem that we have on board at the moment is lack of air. But
Just
the
over.
the Molotov
There
is
is a
nearby.
hydroponics lab. If we can isolate the hydroponics, we should be fine.
It is all dead.
Yeah, it's been untended for almost 4 years, so all the plants are dead.
Not the plants. I mean the fresher.
A vac fresher needs an atmosphere to pull from.
There is no air in the ship, Pim. And if we, I understand.
Very well. I will
I
explain
understand
it
your
in
point,
simple
but there is.
terms. I will explain it in simple terms then. Create a space within the hydroponic lab, which is built to house and contain a certain environment. Put oxygen into that environment. Then use said atmosphere to vac refresh when we need to come in between movements.
Cool, but that is a big room with a lot of dead plants in it, and all the oxygen on our ship could not fill that space.
What if we
No
seal off a
data
small
available.
part?
Yes, but we do not have the materials to build walls and shit to make things airtight in a small box. This is
Very
a-
well then, Dimitri. What do you suggest?
I have no other suggestions, but that one does not work at the moment.
Then either help or be quiet.
Guys, we need to get along. Your arguing is not helping anybody here. Wes, I'm going to talk to Tazi. We should be able to figure something out, maybe.
That expanding panel thing you have, how big is that?
Not very big, and I only have one left. I did not think I would need more than one on this adventure.
Gotta get some more.
Knowing what they used for their basic cover anyway, they won't patch a hole in the hull.
I think it's like 5
that-
by 5 meters.
Yeah, it still won't patch a hole
No,
in
no,
the
no,
hull.
No.
It's
But-
not super big.
That said, I don't really give a shit about too much about oxygen on this. We can use oxygen from the Molotov and dock in once we get both of these ships out into at least stable space. Really, all I care about is getting this thing up and working, getting it back to the other guy, maybe getting some crew so that he can, I don't know, help maintain and fix our shit. And I figure if I release a couple of the tech I've worked on to deal with these jellyfish things, maybe he'll be a little bit more, I don't know, helpful. He was nice enough, but a bit of a jerk. Cautious, at least. That's it. I don't give a shit as long as we get that immersion data. That's what I really want.
Okay, the insta
I
panel
did
is,
not really have a problem with the oxygen. It was Pim who started coming up with great. Anyway, the hole in the side of the ship is only a problem because stuff will fly out. Alternatively, we could remove everything that is movable from that room and put it somewhere better.
I'm kind of concerned if we're taking this back into a spaceport, re-entry will be a problem.
We can't take this back into a spaceport. It will not fly in atmosphere at all.
the
If
best
you try to
option.
take this down onto a planet, it will crash.
The best option
Spaceports are
we
in
have.
space.
Yes, this is what I tried to say. Our best option is to take it back to Anton's base up in space, above planet of. Where were we before? Guppy?
Should be. That was his own cruiser.
I guess we could try that. It's not
I
terrible
do not think
idea.
going back to QP is a good idea.
No, but depends how far along Anton's progressed. If anything, the Bodnan Alliance will be a little bit too distracted on Yakuta if everything's gone to plan.
Yeah. So, at this stage, Dr. Charles, Darius, and Rocky are now standing outside the door to the cold sleep chamber.
I walk up and knock on it. Knock,
Okay.
knock.
You knock on it, and as you get within a certain proximity to the door, the radiation detector inside your vac suit goes and just peaks and like spikes a little bit, and is now holding strong at higher than normal.
I take
Yeah.
4 large steps back and turn to Charles and say, Charles, what's the LD50 of radiation over a short period of time?
Depends on how much is in there.
I mean,
I woke up with my bioscanner and like
your
Um,
suits Yeah, if you give it a once over, your suits will protect you short to medium term because that's their job. But this does kind of give you a clue as to how this cold sleep has been functioning this whole time.
So the small reactors that it seems that they've attached to that cold sleep pod have
They're nuclear.
probably not been connected in the most viable way, and whatever's in that pod could very likely be very badly, like, radioactive at this point.
Yeah, no, figures. Next question is, if we're going to get it out, if I was to get the brain, just rip the reactors off, how much is it going to kill the person inside?
Oh, that
If
would
they're
definitely
alive.
kill them.
Oh, well, how are you going to get them out then?
I would have to look at the cold sleep pod, scan it, figure out what they've done, and then think of a way to deattach the reactors and probably take whatever fissionable material is in them so that we can put them into the actual reactor. And then, because by that point the pod will be supplied power from the actual ship, not just from that.
Darius, does a sarcastic bow like a chauffeur letting someone out of a limo, and then looks for the nearest access port in the wall to try and jack into.
Yep. There is a door control panel next to the door, and it has power now because there's fuel in the reactor.
Can I?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I use that to pull any information about the cryosleep pod?
You can certainly try. Go ahead and roll a computer's roll.
Alice?
Yep. What do you need? 2 or 3?
It's not. Oh, wait, is this a hack or just you investigating?
I'd say it's an investigation.
Okay, then just roll 2d6.
Oof. Snake eyes.
Snake.
That's the worst. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Charles, it looks like this thing's isolated from the rest of the system, so I can't get any info on it.
Wow, that's actually correct. Good job.
Well, even if it wasn't, that was going to be Darius's excuse.
Yeah, fair enough.
Being a sleep
He
pod,
does,
you'd have
he
a-
does not fail at things. Machines fail.
being a sleep pod room, there'd be a medical officers like readout screen somewhere.
Yes.
Showing the condition of the pods.
If you like approach it and try to like just check for a readout, it registers that the room only contains 159 pods, all empty.
Yes, the one that you're trying to connect to apparently isn't connected to the system. So I'm pretty sure there's meant to be 160 in here.
Well, it figures. It looks like the thing's pretty frickin' bootleg anyway.
Okay.
Which makes it all the more interesting. Let's
You may
crack
want
this
to
egg
stand
open.
back for a moment, and I'll try and press the button to have the door open.
Okay, it does so. The door slides open and you can see inside. There's a few dead bodies collapsed around the few. Oh yeah, you can't see this. Sorry, I will amend that.
I'm glad you knew what I was going to say.
Yeah, the few escape pods that haven't been launched, and the center pod is the one that has all the weird reactors bodged to it. As soon as the door opens, by the way,
It goes up.
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah.
And is sitting pretty high. You get the impression that by virtue of these reactors just being attached haphazardly or them not being maintained over the 4 years of them sitting here, they've not fared well, and their containment isn't holding up as well as it could be.
And seeing as it's not connected to the system, it might not get power from the ship once we disconnect the reactors, so I'm going to have to... Okay.
Primal, check if
I'm
anything's
gonna
alive.
look at Lockie and be like, follow me. We're going to do a quick once around the pod, back out and close the door.
Rather than you doing that, Primal can. He's a machine. He won't feel radioactive poisoning.
I need Lockie to do it because I need the scan of the pod from his
Argus web.
Argus web. Literally,
Alright.
we're going to walk in, walk around the pod, and walk back out. And while
I
I'm-
think he's got a point. That puppa's got a lot of tech in it. Surely it can do a scan too.
There's no reason I can't record what it sees.
Yes, but I also need a bioscan of the pod so I can figure out whether or not the current occupant is beyond saving or not.
Better option. Primal, drag anyone living out here, gently.
I'm a good boy. I
No,
understand.
No, do not send him in. I can't have the pod moved until I know I can safely disconnect the thing. So please stop, Primal.
Right, Primal, don't disconnect anything though. Just have a look.
Primal walks in, stops by the pod, and just turns around and says, "There is no one who is living in this room."
Yeah. Weird. Hey, can you grab closest corpse to you? Drag it out here for me.
Understand. And just leaves the body there.
I pull the body further out so it's like here.
Okay.
And then I shut the door again.
Okay, door snaps shut, and you have a corpse in front of you.
The less time we spend in the radioactive area, the better. I
Right.
grab my bioscanner and check the body over.
Heavily irradiated, but it seems that this individual was just a regular crew member that is showing signs of crushed bones.
So jellyfish got to him but wasn't able to connect.
Basically, yeah. So just
Okay.
sort of killed by a blob and then left and has been heavily irradiated over time.
I'm gonna do something different. I'm
Okay.
gonna pull my bioscanner out. I'm
Mhm.
gonna activate it to the scanning mode.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull out some surgical tape out of my satchel bag, and I'm
Okay.
gonna place the bioscanner on top of Primal's head and tape it on. I'll be like, this way I can scan it without going in. Is that all right? Look here, Darius.
I just roll my eyes and go, Charles, you're not a techie. Do you want me to just integrate it?
No, I need this bioscanner. This is the only one I have,
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So-
so I need it back.
So
shit.
I-
Fuck.
So
As
I
you do-
literally just get Primal to walk up to the pod, put his head against the pod, and walk back. I should be able to read the readings off the top.
I just mutter under my breath, fucking, what you call them, and their sense of ownership, and send Primal in.
So yeah, I
As
just
Primal-
tape the bioscanner to his head.
yeah, as Primal goes back in, there's kind of like an awkward forward gait because it's not perfectly balanced and it's a little heavy. So Primal's kind of like just struggles in a little bit and gets there, goes just thunk, and just places his head directly against the side of the tank. And then says, "How long should I remain?"
I literally pull out my compad and start like connect to the bioscanner so I can read
Okay.
whatever's being read.
Okay, well, as soon as the scan begins, it makes sense as to why Primal wasn't able to pick up anything. These life readings, though present, are like snail's pace crawl. It does look like the person inside this pod is still alive, but the pod is functioning as intended even after all these years. So if you were to turn it off correctly, the person would probably be fine.
So we've just got to figure out a way to disconnect. Is there any way you can send the footage from Primal's opticals to my compad so I can see how the reactors are connected to the pod?
I mean, I'm reviewing it in my head right now, but give me a tick. I'm going to... I assume... Is there a port on the back of my... Can I wirelessly transmit things from my head to my own compad? Is that something that can be done without a communication system embedded? Probably not.
No, I don't believe so. It's just you seeing through Primal's eyes, if you choose to, and then being able to recall that information. But you have some post-tech skill, don't you?
I'm not at the level where I would think I would want to start self-modifying currently being worn cyberware connected to my brain.
No, just you potentially understanding what you're seeing in terms of tech post-tech.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
roll that, Alice.
Yeah.
What do you need?
got
2?
zero.
Yeah, tech
Yes.
post-tech. I don't know what my...
It's a 0, so it's just a +1. Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's double
12.
Yeah, seeing this setup, it looks like somebody came in, completely gutted any and all connection to the ship, and just slapped a pair of quick and dirty reactors onto the side. Based on what you can see, there is absolutely no way of connecting this pod back to the ship's mains power without first thawing the person inside. If you tried to, they'd probably die. So
I just relay that quickly to Charles and say, yeah, look, Charles, you know how you were doing that research on the brain cookie shit? If you connect this guy back to main power, you know, when I cooked my brain or whatever, and you were doing research on that. Anyway, if you could reconnect this stasis pod to main power again, you've got test subject number 2.
I'd really rather avoid that if I could.
Figures. Do you want me to just get Primal to drag him out and then we'll deal with his failing vitals?
Yeah. From what I'm seeing from the vitals, they're not failing. They are in stasis. The pod
Yeah, but they'll
itself
be
is
failing
working
if-
how it's meant to work.
Sure, but they'll
But
be
I'm going to
failing
have
the
to go
moment
in
we
there
rip
and
them out.
disconnect it properly. Primal
All
does
right.
not have the required dexterity to be able to do it.
I look at
Um,
Primal and go, did you hear that? He called you a bad boy.
The designation, Dr. Charles Barker, PhD, MD, but I am a good boy.
Yes, you are. You are very helpful. You're
I
just
am a
not
good
right for
boy.
this job.
I understand. I shall return, and he trots back.
I imagine I have the medication if we were to get radiation sickness
Probably.
on me, because I've got like 3 medkits back on the ship.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, okay, how much post-tech do you guys know?
Look at touch.
That's what Catalina's good at.
When it comes to weapons, not so bad.
Go on comms. Kalina,
Eh? Duh. 1 second. Wait. Hang on. Ow! Sorry. Yep. What?
sorry if I distracted you.
It's fine.
I might need you and Pim down in the cryo bay to pull a man out of cryo. He's got 2 generators that we can use the fuel for in the actual ship, which would be very helpful for one. But I need help getting him disconnected from everything properly. And
For the last time, I cannot operate when an armature. I am currently a little bug scarab bot.
Oh, but
I
Pim,
was going to send Lockie up so that you can use his second set of arms.
I could also use your
Preferable.
assistance, Pim. Regardless, your mind is much sharper than mine. Alright, give me a minute. I will just finish here. I was talking to Tazi, but you interrupted. So,
Sorry.
it's okay. I'll bring her along too if she doesn't mind.
You know what's
You-
strange?
Oh,
Why
what?
didn't the jellyfish go for this thing?
Wow, one, the doors were locked.
Did we probably?
Maybe
I
they
mean,
also get radiation
I don't know.
sick.
We can test radiation on the one we've got.
You've got one.
The
where
I've got one in a lunchbox.
it's alive.
Duh.
Was
I
last
might
time
need
she
to
looked
take
at
a
it.
slice of that later. But until then, yes, if you can help me disconnect this, it would be much appreciated.
Alright.
So, Catalina, you conclude your conversation with Tyler. She says, yeah, okay. Lucy and I are just getting into some vac suits. We'll walk over and be on board soon. I'll bring my toolkit. Anything else I should bring along?
Anything maybe like scraps to patch up some holes. There seems to be some big ones that need tending to. Maybe at least some doors to fix. Anything you can think of that will do for last minute patch repairs on ship. I trust you.
I'll see what I can do.
Duh.
I'll be down in a bit.
Oh,
Yeah?
also there is a box in the workshop with it's got Catalina written on it. It says Pim do not touch. There's some spare supplies in there that you could probably bring to help with this.
Okay, we'll do.
Duh.
And she hangs up. So
I
Early
she
to
was
touch,
saving
rising.
those. I was saving those for my bike, but I suppose now is good time to use them.
So she and Lucia are making their way towards the airlock on deck 1.
And Catalina will head up to the other guys with Pim.
Okay.
Pim, would you like me to carry you, or are you able to scutter along quickly in this form?
So you're just gonna leave behind
I
Dimitri.
can scutter, but I like the idea of being like a pet villain or something.
Or should I carry you like cat? Pretend to pat you like evil cat?
Please.
Okay.
It would please me greatly.
I will enter the room with a maniacal cackle. Like this?
Indeed.
And
You
she
have made Pim angry.
Catalina will
What's
do
his
this.
name of cat? Is it Mr. Pimsworth?
Is it Pim?
Hmm. I will have to think about this.
Okay,
Do you know
well,
what upset? Do you know what happens to people who upset Mr. Pimsworth? They die.
And so we
So-
shall enter the room as such.
yes. You ride up in the elevator, make your way into the now very dead hydroponics bay, and pass by some bodies and a broken drone on the way past. Oh yeah, Darius, I should say there's like trash drones around you.
I've probably picked one up and I'm just having a once over of it and look-see while
Fair enough.
everyone else is doing their shit.
Yep. Okay. Well, I'll just tell you it's a loadout. It is a Leaper model drone. It has environmental power, so it can run indefinitely. It has heavy lift, so it can carry up to 20 kilos. It has an expert fitting, so it can be pre-programmed and do a job. And it has a mod you haven't seen before, which looks specifically tailored towards tending to plants. So it's got like tiny grabby arms, a pair of secateurs, like a squirt bottle, and like a basket to like tend to and carry around plants once they're mature.
So it's
These
more
are-
than drone form.
These are surprisingly advanced for on-ship drones. I wasn't expecting to see sleepers.
That's a good thing. Should make it easier to run the ship if we have a few of those.
Probably.
Which
And then Pim and Catalina arrive.
And Catalina's holding Pim, like little squiggly legs on either side of her hand, and just like, wah ha ha! You have displeased me and my pet. We are not one to be crossed. Oh, ha ha! How dare you
Meow.
disturb
Meow.
our? How dare you disturb our peace? As she walks over dramatically.
Darius, how many movies did you give them?
Too many, apparently.
Apparently.
Catalina, you're banned from watching the Bond series.
Oh, come What? Oh, come on! I was just having some fun. Besides, it made Pim happy.
Fear me, I am little and strong.
And I just hold Pim up.
Roar.
And then I put
What
it
is
down.
going on down there? Get back to work.
Okay.
I'm like,
Oh, boy,
okay,
oh,
we
boy.
have to try and get this done as quickly as possible because the room is highly irradiated. I don't want anyone spending more than probably 2 or 3 minutes in there.
Okay. Can I walk up to the door and
Mm-hmm.
using my without the door opening, using oh shit, my infrared will probably get interrupted by the radiation, won't it?
Yeah, but you can also scan for radiation, so it's okay.
You could look at it in microwave.
Well, anyway, she's gonna look at it through her different spectrums, just so she can get a general layout of the room before she goes in there.
It is hot.
As you give it like a once over through your various spectrums, you can see that it looks like the most concentrated forms of radiation are coming from several small cracks in like transfer pipes on the exterior of these reactors. So if you were to go in there with some kind of like it's like expanding foam sealant spray or something, you could probably patch up the more immediate leaks and get a short-term reprieve from the issues.
I feel like expanding foam is something Catalina would definitely have on hand. Like, maybe not on her, but...
No. This is you walking around with like double holsters, one down each leg, yeah? Just expand me from.
But I feel like that's like a very common fix-it tool that she
Yes.
would have handy.
Oh,
So,
and
in the...
yeah,
in the
if you didn't
supplies
have,
that-
have some, if
Sorry.
you didn't have some handy, Tazi is like currently on board and could just approach and hand you some. So it's all good.
Basically, in the box or the crate that she got Tazi to bring, it's all of her own personal, like, fix-it odds and ends. Bits and bobs, random stuff, things like that.
So you're rummaging around, getting the foam. Lucy approaches Lockie and says, "So, what are we doing?"
I mean, they're doing technical stuff I don't really follow, to be perfectly honest, but I'm here for the muscle.
At that point, I sort of over here and I just like, broken sleep pod, need to fix.
Okay, is person alive?
The scans are showing life signs, so it's working as it should. But I'd
She
rather get them out
she-
of that so that they could talk to us.
she unholsters and checks her mag pistol. Wait, suits.
I'm just like, yes. Okay.
And so Catalina finishes rummaging through her box.
Yep.
Thank you, Tazi. I found it! Okay, let me in. And she, like, walks over and doesn't explain anything, just walks over. Okay,
I'll
open doors,
the
go.
door.
Let me
Okay.
in.
Door
I open the
open.
door and I follow her in.
No, you stay here. And she wanders in and
I
goes
need a
and...
closer look.
Not
They're
yet,
probably
be
only
patient.
going to speak Farsi, Charles.
What?
Anyway, Catalina's gonna go in there and try and use the expanding foam to seal up the leaks. The radiation
Okay.
leaks.
Make me a tech push tech roll, please.
Ooh. 5. No. 5, yes.
Can I assist,
It-
by the way?
Oh, I did bring Pim along to assist, but that's okay.
Well then, yes, you can. Roll me a tech push check as well.
6 plus 3, that's 9.
That's not bad. It'll do for now. You're not thrilled with your work, but it'll hold for the time being.
It was a quick job to make it done quickly so that we could, do the things quickly.
Exactly. And as you seal it up and check through your various spectrums, the ambient radiation levels do drop slightly and seem to be very gradually tapering away. So,
Okay.
You done?
I'll head back out with Pim, and then I'll say, give it a few minutes, and then go in. Give it a couple of minutes. I will let you know when it is much more safe. That should fix the radiation for a moment or two.
I suggest you take Primal with you too. I can talk through that because we're on a Farsi ship of some sort. I assume the occupant will probably only speak Farsi.
It's okay. I can speak Farsi.
Yes, but you can't go into the radiation zone for no reason.
I
I'm
mean,
going to need her in the radiation zone so that I can get the guy out.
I need to dismantle the.
Fair.
I also need.
The thing is, once he's out of here, I will need to move him to a med bay so that he can properly recover. Like, I won't be able to speak to him in the room.
Brody?
Tazi kind of just says, I'm going to fix that window back in the lab. Unless anyone has any other things I should be doing.
Wait, here. And Catalina passes her the Insta panel. It might come in handy.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'll be over there if you need me. And she just toddles off.
I'll come help.
Okay.
How big is that hole/window?
It's like 4 meters wide, maybe a meter up. So yeah, you could split.
Long and thin. Okay.
Yeah, but you could make the Insta panel, cut it in half, and then patch the hole. So, Tazi goes into the lab, followed by Darius. Okay, so guys, what's the plan?
So as soon as the radiation drops a bit, and I think we could survive in there a bit longer, I'm going to be
It's
like,
been a few
okay,
minutes, yeah.
Pim, do you want to get in the Ronipidid?
That would be lovely, thank you.
By the way, as I've walked out, I've left Primal there and just said, follow whatever Charles says for the moment unless it involves killing someone.
Understand. I am a good boy. Okay.
Lucky, come over here. And don't take this the wrong way, but I need to insert myself.
Alright.
Scarrow who just drops into the slot in between your shoulder blades, and you feel more dexterous and nimble than before.
Yeah, the other arms are going to do that as he does that too.
These little
So-
noodles.
What do you need me to do?
Just follow.
Come
If
with
Pim
me.
tells you to hold something, hold it. And we're just going to have a look and see if we can disconnect this thing properly so we can get the guy out and over to the med bay.
Pim, I'm gonna.
Just gonna look back over at Lucy and just be like, see? The muscle.
Pim,
Okay.
let's go assess this situation, see how we can do this safely. I presume we
guys
do
ready?
not want to lose the life that is in here. Da?
Preferably not.
Da. Okay.
I'd prefer not. but-
Oh, don't mind me. Until we get there, I'm playing Sudoku.
Who taught you how to play? Never mind. Let's go.
At that point, I open the door and sort of rush towards the pod and have a proper look.
Okay. So everyone is rushing inside. You approach with Primal basically just on your heel, assisting you. Just taking a look. Roll me tech medical quickly, please.
Tech
Mr.
medical.
Charles. Tech medical.
Do I roll tech medical as well?
You can indeed.
I got a 10 plus. So I got 10.
Okay. Pim?
11.
Right then. This pod is. It's seen better days. It's doing its current job pretty well of keeping the inhabitant alive, but the process of turning off will be a little bit fiddly. Like certain parts of the thawing procedure have also over time degraded, so you'll have to be careful and clever to make sure that the person comes out safely.
Catalina's just going to assess it from a completely technical point of view of the mechanics and check to see if there's anything that is potentially malfunctioned or deteriorated enough over time that if they activate the process, it'll cause major problems.
I hate to say it, but likewise.
Fair enough. Go for it. You roll.
Yep. Sorry.
With a +3, that's 11 again.
Okay.
Nice.
Alice?
Yep. Sorry, reporting bots. No, 9.
Both of you come to a conclusion, though Pim's somewhat faster. Nothing on this pod is so damaged that you won't be able to thaw the person. It'll just be the equivalent of like hastily wiring this system to this subsystem at the appropriate moment while they're thawing to make sure that everything runs appropriately. You don't need to make any substantial repairs. Just work together as a team to make sure the person comes out.
Okay. I think we should be fine to start the thawing process. Everyone agree?
I am sending a detailed itinerary of what we have to do to your heads-up displays.
Primal is just looking at Charles and going, should I agree?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. I'm going to start it.
Okay. This is going to be a group check. Who is going to be so you will need to choose a path and stick with it. I assume Dr. Charles is going to be taking tech medical and Catalina tech post-tech. Lockie will be operating under the assistance of Pim. Pim, are you going to go tech post-tech or tech medical for this?
Can I roll both?
You can choose one.
Tech
hang
post
on.
Ben, because it's got a +3.
You hear down the comms. I hear something about taking someone out the cryo, duh?
Duh.
Yes.
What are they going to breathe?
Dimitri, and this is why you are the one with the brain. Someone acquire a vac suit. Also, we do
We
not
don't-
need to open the
Getting
pod.
him into a vac suit after getting him out of there is going to be far too difficult. What we have to do,
He's taking him to the
is-
Molotov?
we will have to take him to the Molotov once he's out.
Duh, I think pod needs to stay locked until it is safe for
Is this on comms?
Duh.
duh.
I mean,
Perhaps if we just keep him inside the pod.
Duh, we need to keep him
Catalina.
in pod.
Is there oxygen in the
Then you
pod?
need to override
No,
the
there's
opening
not.
sequence once the thawing sequence is started.
I
And
mean,
then we also need to be able to detach the reactors so we can move the pod freely.
Catalina, you're not an idiot when it comes to tech. Why don't you just strip down the vac suit and make a, I don't know, shitty mask to duct tape around his face for the meantime until you get into the Molotov?
Because it has nothing to do with him breathing, but rather keeping his orifices devoid of the internals of his body from escaping.
That's a myth. That's not actually true.
I
Also
know,
temp-
but
Compression isn't a thing.
it's It's the fact that
No.
like it's still going to cause him damage by leaving the pod.
It's the cold itself.
Yeah.
To
will
say the
kill him
vacuum
before
is
we get
fucking
into-
cold.
Yeah, cold and ambient radiation in the room as well are both dangerous to someone.
There's a
not
lot of
wearing a suit.
problems.
Well, just force him into a Zavac suit before you get him out of there. The radiation will kill him long before the cold will.
Is okay. We will.
Or we could just take the pod.
Duh. But it is not safe to take the pod onto the ship with the radiation coming off these power supplies.
May I suggest a halfway point then?
Let us make sure there is oxygen in the pod first.
I suggest we do the switch in an airlock.
Duh. But airlock still needs to have air. If it doesn't have air, it's not going to do much.
Get
Rory,
some tanks of oxygen from the Molotov. Let them loose in an
looking
airlock.
at some of the other pods, are
Yeah.
any of them like workable that we could move currently?
Yes. The reason the cold sleep pod system has been designed right next to escape pods is in case they need to get passengers off the vessel that are still in cryosleep and don't have time to wake them up.
Okay.
So
I look
most,
at one
if
of
not all of them, can move.
I'm gonna look at the pods.
Yep.
Gauge whether or not we can basically put an air tank on one and
Mhm.
basically quickly move the guy from one pod to the next and take that pod with us.
Do the escape pods have independent air systems? I
Yes.
would think yes. So therefore, you go in the pod with the thing and pressurize it, and then you can move it around as much, do whatever you like with it.
I concur with Catalina. How do you think of this shit?
It's
I
not
don't
just
know.
good looks.
Worst comes to worst, there's a way to save him, but it means using regalia, which I'd rather avoid at this point.
Okay.
What I was actually
what?
thinking of is if the cryopod was good for putting vodka in. And then I thought, hang on, if we take a person out, what are they going to breathe? But anyway.
Okay, so this is plan I have idea for. Let's at least move this pod into one of the escape pods that have not moved. That are still boarded onto ship. Then it is smaller space for us to deal with. We can maybe at least try and get power to this one space, or very least oxygen or whatever he needs, so that we can make this change, make this happen without killing him from shock. And maybe get him into vac suit.
Sounds doable.
The biggest problem at that point is the radiation. Does
but
the
hopefully
pod
we can
have,
take the power out
So-
before.
in other sci-fi, when you wake someone up from cryo sleep, you like inject them with some stuff, because they have to cough out the stuff that's in their lungs while they're sleeping.
Mhm.
Is there a way to add an injection to the wake up process outside of the pod?
If this fight in the space future, it would do that by itself. So
Okay. No, but I want to add another injection. Anti-rad meds. Anti-radiation meds.
I'd say with the rolls made by people previously, you could find the tube that contains the feed of meds, and then just like find a valve, inject a bit of extra juice to make it work. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say you could do that.
So I start doing that. I'm like, this way the radiation won't kill him once he comes out of the pod.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, let's move him to the lifeboat and see if it'll actually compress.
So by the power of probably Lockie and Catalina, you
Oh,
two just
Lucia
stand
can help
on-
as well.
She's not coming into the room with you.
Fair enough.
She thinks we're crazy for trying to save
Yeah.
the dude.
the two of you just like power squat and just deadlift a side of the cold sleep on each. So can the two of you just have me roll athletics to see how you do, because not light this thing.
I think I did okay.
Ooh.
That is
Cubone!
only just a pass. 7.
Mm-hmm. Catalina?
11.
Okay, you two are able to pull this off. It's a bit awkward, but you do it. And this pod is placed in here. You will have to, if you're doing this in here, you will need to be more selective about who is in the room with you, because there's not enough room for this pod and 3 other people.
Lockie can probably stand in the doorway. Actually, no.
no.
Charles could probably.
I've made this too intricate. Hang on a second, guys.
Trying to grab all the layers.
Yes, I didn't turn this into a group when I should have done.
Okay, so I have something I wish to do before we do this. I am going to attempt to program the pod. Not program, like technically change the initiation order of mechanical activation for the pod opening to be delayed.
Okay.
So that once the person is awake, the pod does not open straight away.
Okay.
So that
Well-
we can remove the radiation from the room before, etc.
Okay.
etc.
all good.
The thing is, you wouldn't be able to remove the radiation from the room because that pod's been open for 4 years to the radiation, and you'd have to scrub
Soaked in.
everything down. Like, to remove radiation from this room is going to cost money
I mean,
because it would have soaked into, like, it would have embedded itself within the metals.
Well, the pod you're in now, its door was closed.
Oh, it was?
So
Yes,
Yeah,
so
it
this is
probably
the
has, like-
least radiated space in this area.
yeah, so who is going to be staying in this room for the opening procedure?
Probably Lockie.
Okay.
And by variation, Pim.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's probably best with those, and if Pim does the tech medical roles,
Okay.
and I'll wait in case of emergencies, and if it's needed, I'll rush in and healy people.
Okay.
You realize just because I'm an AI does not mean I'm immune to radiation. While it can't damage me, like you said, it can soak into my core.
That's why I'm trying to make this as quick as possible.
Indeed. So you seal up the door, Catalina. You wipe some dust off the control panel, begin a basic boot up sequence, and air begins to fill this escape pod. You see that this pod actually has 2 vac suits mounted on the walls for emergencies. That would be handy for what you have in mind. And once you're sure the area in here is mostly not irradiated and full of air, you can begin. Catalina and Pim. Catalina, roll me 3 tech post-tech rolls. Pim, 3 tech medical rolls.
First one's 8.
Okay.
11 for the second one. And 11 for the third one.
Okay.
It's plus intelligence, yeah?
Plus intelligence.
So it's 7, 7, 13.
Okay. There's a few hairy moments in there and a lot of shouting back and forth. Lockie, could you roll me an athletics roll? Because at one point Pim needs you very rapidly on the other side of the pod.
With dexterity?
Yes.
That is a 9.
Okay, that is enough. At one point, you need to just like straight up clean vault the pod and secure some wires and make sure everything's working okay. But you are able to cover the arse of some of Pim's lower rolls there by being in the same body, and with that you are able to basically bodge your way through the thawing sequence of this pod.
So
The intention was to keep it closed though after the person woke up.
yes, because I want to make sure that I can double check the radiators, so to make sure that they're not leaking too much radiation, and if I have to do another spot patch, I will before we open it up.
Okay. I'd say the effort of moving it has unfortunately freed up some of those leaks, so you can like repatch those, and it'll be more or less okay.
Just
So
trying to like give this person the best chance they have of maybe surviving.
So this person is thawed.
Bless you. Bless you.
Sorry.
You
3 times a jump.
know the problem at the
Bless
moment is, you're gonna open this pod and it's gonna be a fucking jellyfish person who's gonna piss him.
I mean,
I do all this fucking effort. Jellyfish person.
Okay, well,
but the two most appropriate people are in the room to deal with that situation.
Well,
I know.
here's the thing. The pod has now been thawed, which means that the glass pane over the top that was completely iced over from the inside is now clear, and you can see inside, still unconscious because you are yet to press the wake up medication juice button, the final step of this process. This person is actually a woman.
Called it.
She is wearing very little actual clothing. It seems as though she has on a sports bra and some underwear.
It's a Gaudy Weaver.
And she seems to be fitted with quite a bit of cyberware.
Is this the part where I activate my subroutines?
Pim, at least wait until this person is awake before you start hitting on them.
No, I'm not in my echo, Catalina. I meant the waking up. Never mind.
Also, Dr. Charles,
Waking up? Pim,
just-
waking up.
just so you know, is female, not male.
I couldn't tell what it was. I just knew it was a person.
Oh, I'm just letting
And
you
there was
know
what
in
sign?
case that changes anything medically. Hey, don't look at me, I ain't no doctor. Okay,
No, it should
Medically,
all
the
be
difference
same.
is one has a penis and one has a vagina.
Catalina
it's all
face
body
palms.
mass and medication. It's
Sometimes.
that sort of thing.
Sometimes that is the difference.
Oh?
Don't worry, let's a conversation for another time. Don't
Can we
confuse
just get her
Pim.
in the
Okay.
backstreet so I can get
I
her back on the
have
ship? So
more
I can...
questions.
They will have to wait. All right, I'm gonna prep the suit,
Okay.
and inject the wake up juice.
Okay. You pull the suit off the wall and pack it and shake it out, and then you just press the final go button, and an injection is administered to her. In the course of, I'd say, half a minute, she goes from cold and still to very unhappy, convulsing and coughing and rolling over inside the pod and spitting out what was inside her lungs.
It's basically just like cryo fluids
Yeah.
to stop your lungs from freezing and damaging.
Is the pod going? Are you allowing the pod to open once she wakes up?
No, I want to talk to her first so she doesn't panic.
Okay. She rolls over and just looks up and around and goes,
In Farsi, Catalina will talk. Hello.
Okay.
Can you understand me?
She doesn't look like she's following you.
Is this coming
Oh.
over comms?
No. She's not talking over comms.
It appears that she cannot speak. Maybe the sound isn't getting
Um,
through.
There's a button on the side of the pod. You have to press it before you can actually talk
She'll
inside
press
the
the
pod.
button then.
Okay. You press the button and ask the same question of, "Can you understand me?" She goes and nods slightly.
Okay. I don't know what your situation is prior to this moment, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay before we let you out. We're going to have to move you very quickly into a vac suit, okay?
She's like, her eyes are like darting around and is trying to see as much as she can. And after a moment, she kind of like stares off into space, and then goes and look.
What was that?
And she stares off into space, like kind of like snaps out of this like zoning out, and then refocuses and goes. She then very, very rapidly disappears from inside the pod, and appears very, very close in front of you outside of the pod, and just grabs the suit and starts putting it on.
Catalina like backs up.
Is that a teleportation ability? That looks so cool.
Oh, she's a teleporter?
At that, Lockie is going to ready his gun as well. Just be like,
Lockie, no
do it again.
hostilities.
Please
Bring
do
me
not
with me this time.
shoot the one survivor.
not shooting, just ready.
Hearing all this over comms, I'm just like, Catalina, give her a comm and put her into our channels.
She has not spoken a word yet. I don't know if she can.
She's putting the suit on.
As she's putting the suit on, I'm going to start explaining the situation to her.
Okay. What do you say?
We are currently in an escape pod on the ship in which you were put into
In the
sleep.
cryopod.
I don't know what happened, but it has been 4 years since you have been in this pod.
She doesn't seem to respond to that.
Okay. Can you talk?
She pauses, looks up, keeps going.
I
Okay.
think she needs to be in the suit and have oxygen to be able to talk.
She has oxygen.
The room
There's
has oxygen.
in the
Yeah.
pod. It wouldn't be the warmest place.
Catalina, can you do me a favor?
Duh.
Do you have one of my compads, or have you got your own?
I've just got mine.
Okay, can you quickly... Is she got any cyberware or anything like that?
Oh yeah, she's very well equipped, it looks like.
Just ask her if you can scan it and send it to me.
Can I flip through my different eye spectrums and give her a scan? So that I can figure out what spectrum to scan her in for Darius?
Serial numbers would be good too.
I mean, just you like taking some pictures would be helpful in terms of trying to figure out what's going on. And Darius does seem the most interested in cyberware enough to recall what certain things do. Yep, so yeah,
Is there a camera in this room?
in
In the escape pod?
in the escape pod, yes, there would be just the one probably positioned above the main window, aiming back at the inhabitants.
Darius, there is a camera in here. You could probably hack it.
Yeah, alright, yeah, fine.
It
I
might
walk
be
over
less
to the-
intrusive.
Give me a second, Tazi. And I walk over to the... Because I'm still with Tazi in the research lab, and I'm just going to walk over to the nearest... I'm sure there would be an access panel in the research lab
There
somewhere.
would be. Yeah.
Plug into that and flip through to that camera.
Okay. You can probably just do it. You've checked the rest of the cams on board. It's all good. You swipe on through, and you see some rather unusual cyberware choices. It looks like, well, the main one visible. I'd say roll me culture immersion. I'd say that's a good call for recall what certain things are.
Yep. I still need the scan though, Catalina. I want diagnostics.
Okay. Do not be
6.
alarmed. I am going to do a scan of you to make sure you are okay. And
What
she'll
was
do
yeah.
a scan.
What was your roll?
6.
6. I'd say with a 6, you are able to recognize the fact that she's packing an adrenal suppression pump, as well as some very unusual ports you do not really recognize or understand. Like she has weird like sockets on the backs of her hands, elbows, shoulders, just.
Can I roll computers as to what they would connect to? Because I think I might have an idea.
Okay. for it.
Since cyberware and particularly implants was something that Catalina looked into for herself and did quite a bit of research for, can I do maybe like a knowledge roll of some kind?
Sure thing. You can also roll.
My computer's roll is 11 to know what they hook into.
Okay. For Catalina. Tech post tech as well. Seems relevant.
7.
Okay. You also become aware that she probably has an adrenal suppression pump, which is a piece of cyberware that can basically controls your emotions. It suppresses extreme emotional responses and helps you focus on a job. And you are also unsure of what these ports are. Darius, you would, I guess, suspect that these are connected to joints and the nerves, the nervous system contained within.
I'm going on a limb here, but she pilots something big. Possibly, I don't know, she might be a slave drive.
Okay, she has the suit almost entirely on now, and is just securing the helmet.
Catalina, did you hear what happened in Yakuta probably about 40 years ago?
I'm not sure.
They did tests on trying to run larger spaceships with single people, and they basically had slave minds, or rather people who they plugged into machines.
No, I had heard whispers of this being, rumor, but never anything solid. I did not know it was real. I only heard silly stories.
She's not Yakutan. So
It sounds
not
barbaric.
It is. It's horribly. She's not Yakutan, so probably isn't. But I don't know. She might have been through a lot. Be careful around her. You don't know when she'll snap, especially if those adrenal pumps aren't working.
A foolish attempt at recreating me, I wager.
She now has the helmet on, and she kind of glances back and forth at the two of you, focuses for a second on both of you, and after a moment, she kind of has this look of just abject horror come across her face. She looks genuinely terrified of both of you. Focuses for another second, and then she just disappears.
At that, I'm not in the room, so I can't see.
I'm gonna connect to shipboard comms, like the entire comm system, and just broadcast over the entire comm system.
Well, you don't know that anything's happened yet. Oh no, you're watching the video.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah, you're on the cameras. Sorry.
I'm just gonna broadcast over the entire ship. Look, we might have scared you. I know it was a fucked up situation that we were going through then, and you've probably been through some fucked up shit. Just calm down. We're here to help and maybe get you off this godforsaken rock.
Darius, you are also probably currently have the camera feed up of this situation, and I'm guessing you just based on how camera feeds work, you've got really big picture and then lots and lots of smaller feeds of just possible options.
Yep.
And as you like have that option up and are looking at it, you basically see one by one all of these camera feeds just begin to say offline, offline.
She's taking out the cameras, Catalina. Find her and stop her now, or we're gonna lose the ship.
And we're gonna have a break right there.
Damn it.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Oh,
Mhm.
good. Can I maybe do a roll to see if I recognize her behavior from any of the activities that I have partaken in back in Yakuta?
Interesting. I will
Like-
allow this one and a Dr. Charles comment, and I'm gonna go for a break just because.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna roll counter hacks once we're
Drama.
back.
But
Yes. So this first.
Would this person, knowing how quickly they're jumping around the ship, possibly be a fully torched psychic?
If Darius were to disclose that information to you, if you were to say, "Oh, this person's bouncing around and just disabling all the cameras," roll me culture alphdis if you have it, or culture spacer, or general knowledge.
I did a profession roll with intelligence, and it's 9.
I don't think you would associate this kind of behavior to your previous career.
That's all I wanted to
Would
know.
Would it be that, or would it be where is it? No, it wouldn't be pre-tech, would it? No. It's a 7.
7?
Yes.
You aren't entirely sure, but that being a possibility is near the top of your list of justifications for how it is this person can teleport so quickly and so frequently. If this person is just blind teleporting from room to room and taking out cams, she either has a phenomenal amount of effort or is in fact torturing.
And Dimitri gets on the line and goes, "So did we? What happened to the person in the pod? Did we get them out?"
We need someone back on the Gloved Molotov, like quick
Yeah.
smart.
They went
So,
poof!
There's a break.
so Dimitri, as you say that, you see this almost naked woman appear in the room next to you. See a laser weapon unfold from the palm of her hand. She shoots at a point in the ceiling, looks at you, and then disappears again.
Okay, that was a bit odd.
And yes, now we're gonna go for a break as I have sufficiently terrified you all.
Okay, yep, cool. We'll be back in 15. Awesome.
Indeed, we shall return. everybody! Welcome back to an absolute mess. Or what has the potential to be an absolute mess. I have no idea what is going to happen, except maybe I do, because somebody can see into the future. So,
Somebody has this shit written down.
Okay, Rory,
yes.
this probably won't work, but
Mhm.
two things. One, does she leave behind any sort of signals where she, like with my spectrums, like even radio signals, when she's moving around? Like, can I sort of keep track of her in any way? Like when she poofed out, was there
You-
anything left behind?
She poofed.
You can check. I do not believe MES leaves behind anything like that.
Cool, that's fine. I'm happy with that answer.
Hello, taps
Not
microphone.
unless you can see spike energy signatures, which no.
I can see radiation.
I don't think that's quite how that works.
Hello, somebody weird just came on the bridge and shot at the ceiling and they disappeared again. Is that your missing lady out of the cryo chamber?
Catalina's gonna try something which she doesn't know if it'll work, or how psychics really work. She's gonna, like, stand there, close her eyes, and really hardly concentrate. Kind of like when she was communicating with the other creatures that were kind of psychic. Like, all of that mental connection stuff.
Yeah.
And focus on imagining that girl in her mind and just sending her the message, we don't want to hurt you, we want to help you. I know she's not psychic, but maybe there's some possibility she might pick up on that message.
Okay.
All she can do is try, and then if it doesn't work, she'll be like, oh, well, whatever.
Because
moving on.
Darius doesn't know that, he's going to enact his own plan, which is basically turn to Tazi and just say, "Hey, Tazi, put your hands behind your head for the next 30 seconds. Don't move.
With this, why?
Just drop your weapons and do it. And I'm going to toss all my weapons on the ground as well."
She puts down the blowtorch and goes, okay.
I toss all my weapons over the other side of the room and then over comms just say, "Hey, in the research lab, there's 2 of us here. We're unarmed. If you want to talk, we're willing to talk. You can take my guns if you want."
Have you still got your compad on you?
Yes.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah, because I'd be talking through it to
Okay.
the comm system in the ship.
Okay. You speak through the comm system. You don't see any noticeable change. You did note before you put it down that the cameras in the advanced lab had not gone down. But as you're just like awkwardly standing there being all like, "I surrender," you see her just appear in the room, look frantic, and then aim with like some kind of built-in weapon and just shoot out all of the and she just begins taking shots at the cameras in this room.
Easy,
And it's-
easy. It's okay. Whoever was previously on the ship is gone now. It was already dead. You're in dead space. We're a salvage crew. Who are you?
She just she just looks over to you and goes, like, she glances down at the wrist control on the on the vac suit and goes,
4 years.
she presses a button and you can see like across her left eyebrow like a ridge of light like in her skin kind of flashes as though some piece of tech is connecting to another piece of tech, and though she doesn't move her mouth at all, she communicates through the compad, says, "I'm not safe," and then disappears again.
At this point, while he's looking at his compad, he gets a message from me, and it just says, "Remote lock down the Gloved Molotov."
I'm gonna just quickly ping back a reply saying, "There's no point. She moves faster than I can do that. She can teleport inside the ship."
Yeah, but we don't want the
nothing
ship
we
to
can do.
take off. We don't want her to steal the ship.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll do that then.
That's what I mean. Like, lock it down so it won't work mechanically.
It's not even that. She doesn't even know it's there.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yet.
But she will soon.
That's what
but-
I mean. Like, she's going through this ship, taking out all the cameras.
Yeah. Well, I'll do that anyway, and just over the comms channels, I'll just continue speaking. There's no one on board other than us. The rest of the crew has passed away about 4 years ago. We've come to salvage this place, and we found you in the cryosleep chamber. I don't know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure we can help you, and with your skills, you can probably help us.
I poke Molly. Well, poke. I'd like gently rub my chest where she's sitting. I'm like, Molly,
Yeah.
there is somebody else on board, and she appears to be quite scared. Can you perhaps talk to her and calm her down?
Maybe. Where is she?
That is a good question. She's bouncing everywhere, shooting at. No, I look at something. Cameras, maybe.
Range is limited. Could you get me to like, as close to the center of wherever we are as we can to increase my chances of being able to talk to her?
Sure. Walk to the elevator.
Okay. You make your way there, and as you are doing so, Molly says, "Ooh, yeah, I can feel her. She's very quick. I don't know. Hang on." And just as you're walking, Molly goes quiet. And once you're most of the way to the elevator, you hear Molly say inside your head, and probably someone else's, "Hello! Everything is fine. I'm Molly. Who are you?" And you would probably hear back, "I'm not safe. Where is it? Where did they put it?" And then nothing else.
Molly, see if you can ask her what it is that she is not safe from.
Molly goes, "Okay." She keeps moving. Hang on.
At this point, I'd also get Catalina and Lockie out of the pod that has 2 things of radioactive material in it, so that they don't.
Good
They're
point.
fine. If they grow another arm, that's good for us.
Catalina would be dismantling them and looking at how to repurpose them.
We just need to
Because
Famous
obviously
playing
her attempt to communicate with this being didn't work, so she's going back to business.
Pim is fucking useless until he gets to use an armature or make repairs or design things in the supercomputer. Right now, he's just being used to power a suit of armor, so he's just going to play Sudoku.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole time you're just hearing Darius's tones in psychologist voice over the comms. Just
Tell me about your
slow.
childhood. Did you
Yeah,
like your
no.
father?
And how did that make you feel?
Just guys, come on, stop cutting in when I'm trying to talk. Just calm, slow, like trying to talk to an animal effectively.
Okay. Asking, I'd say posing the question through Molly again, Dimitri. The response you would probably get is, "They're trying to control me. I can't let them. Where did they put it?" And then that's it.
Is there any like storage containers within the cryopod room or attached to where that pod was?
Not that you saw, no. Actually, no. There probably would be like a small drawer in the side for personal effects, like compad, keys, like that kind of stuff. If you check it, it's empty.
When I was doing a diagnostic of the ship, Did I come across anything abnormal? Or that sort of seemed a bit... Which...
Nothing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Your cursory diagnostic was probably just like what's working, what's not, and what's on board. So you weren't. I wouldn't have thought you would have pried too deeply into any one area if you didn't think you needed to.
Yeah.
So you
Nothing
didn't
that
see
piqued my
anything,
interest.
but you didn't see anything your first go over. But that's not to say there isn't something. It's just you didn't notice it the first time around.
Okay.
And yep.
Considering we're in the research lab, is there anything in the samples or anything like that?
If you're curious, you can examine some of the samples nearby.
Maps,
Yeah.
please.
I'll start looking around, and at the same time, I'm just gonna say to Tazi, Tazi, this is going south. Get off the ship, get back to the Molotov, and if things get really shit, I'll put it on an autopilot and get you the hell out of here.
Okay. Are you sure? I could help.
I don't know if any of us can help this one. Chances are she's going to go psycho and rip the ship apart. I'd rather at least have someone back on base for them if that happens.
I'll make sure it's safe. Where do you keep the guns?
Probably no weapons for the moment. I don't want to antagonize her. And besides, with the speed she's moving, I reckon she can dodge a bullet anyway.
Okay. I'll be going. She just like drags across the floor, just like her tools, leaves like a few things behind in her haste, and then just skedaddles off back to the airlock to get back to the Gloved Molotov.
After like on comms, I'm like, Molly says that this lady is scared of something controlling her. Any ideas?
I hope my first guess is not right.
She wants to know where it is, whatever it is, and where are they keeping it, and they're trying to control me.
Very well. Why don't we offer to help her find it?
Give me a second. I'm gonna plug back in, and this time I'm gonna do a specific ship scan for probably two things. One would be anything that the power's rigged to that would use huge amounts of power for no reason. Or two, anything that seems to have a higher than normal security clearance or lockdowns.
Okay. Roll me a computer's roll, please.
Rory?
Yep.
Can you change the map for me, please?
I thought I did already. Hang on.
No.
So you... Okay.
I got a 5 and a 4, so that's 9 plus 13.
Okay, yeah. You are very much able to poke around and find something. It while it's not... I'd say you don't find something directly, but you would find evidence of software on board that was used to generate a very secure key code. Probably a few weeks prior to this ship being crashed. It looked as though they were trying to secure some kind of case that was maybe like 2 feet by 3 feet by half a foot. So like large, wide, and flat. And
do I know where on the ship it is, or if it is on the ship?
The console that requested to generate those codes is located in the workshop.
In that case, I'm gonna open comms again and just say over the comms, "Hey, lady, I found a secure access code to something. It seems to be in the workshop. Try not to destroy anything, but I'm gonna head that way and unlock whatever it is. I think it might be yours." And I'm just gonna leave my guns where they are and start heading that way.
Okay.
I'm gonna head that way as well. On here.
Maybe keep the number of people to a minimum. Charles, come, but try not to bring Lockie or
I just
the
need to make
metal
sure
or...
that she's not completely broken.
Yeah,
I
well,
can get
if
close
she is,
enough to
we're dead
bioscan
anyway.
her.
Yeah, let's
Um,
see.
I guess, Lucky, you're with me. Let's try and get some power to this ship. Help me carry this across to the reactor room, maybe?
Yeah, no problem. I can
Duh.
jump on.
Just you two stay away from the workshop at the moment. She seemed particularly scared of you. I don't know why.
Me neither. I didn't do anything. Neither of us did anything threatening. But if I
Yeah.
need something from the workshop, I will let you know.
No issues. I flick off personal comms and go back to the ship comms and just continue talking and soothing
So,
I pass this on to Molly.
saying where
You
I am and the ship
Okay.
until I get there, so on.
okay.
I,
If you
I asked Molly to say
Molly,
we are trying to help. Perhaps in the workshop is the item that you seek.
okay, as you pass that along, and Molly says, "Everything's gonna be okay. Apparently, it's in the workshop. We mean you no harm." And then the response back is, "It sounds like labored grunting, as though somebody was wielding some kind of heavy implement."
Oh, well, that's different.
That's probably not good.
So while Lockie and Catalina basically eject anything useful and fissionable from this slapdash bodged together cold sleep pod and package it up for later, Dr. Charles and Darius ride down to deck 3 in the elevator.
you ready, Charles?
As ready as I'll ever be. There's not much I can do,
If she is ape, what do we do? Run?
basically.
Is there even any point running?
Probably not.
Fuck. I step off the elevator and head into the workshop.
Okay. Allow me to adjust your perspectives.
But also probably the best equipped for it. Persuasion and psychic powers is probably the best option to deal with this. We
My
hope.
psychic is better than your psychic.
Okay, you make your way
Unless I
down
want to torch myself.
to the work, which you should be able to see. How are you, departing from the elevator?
Hands up.
behind the head.
No weapons.
Well, I put you guys on the wrong layer.
Yeah, that's the engine room activity. Yeah.
Oh, I thought this is the right layer.
No, like I put your tokens on the wrong physical layer. My bad.
Oh, okay. And when I walk out, I'm just going to call out, I'm heading over to unlock whatever it is.
Okay, you make your way out of the elevator very cautiously, and she is standing at the table. It seems like she's found the case in question, and there's just a variety of gradually increasing in size tools that look like they had homes on the wall, and that she's just been grabbing progressively larger tools and has just been smacking and crashing at this thing without very much success.
At that point, I'm gonna put my hands forward and I'm like, we're here to help. You need to calm down.
That box looks like it's military grade. You won't get through it with anything short of a tank. But I'm pretty sure I found the access key. Do you want me to open it for you?
She kind of looks up and goes, and again, you're hearing her communication through the speakers in your suit, but she isn't verbally saying anything. it's like she's thinking it and it's being transmitted electronically to your suit. She says, on one condition.
I'll open it and
do
then
you
take
want?
5 steps back. It's yours.
I need to do a thing.
What do you
the
need to
thing?
do?
Make you safe.
Make us safe?
We are safe.
From
Believe
what?
you.
What is the danger that you speak of?
You.
I look at Charles and then just sit down. Go ahead then.
Okay. She reaches out and you feel very, very, very unusual. Like for a split second, you feel like there's two of you, and it's as though you have a subconscious window into possibility, but there is an external force guiding your hand towards the least optimal outcome.
The least optimal outcome, how?
Like, okay, mechanically speaking, the power she has just used on you is forcing you to make attack rolls, skill checks, and saving throws at disadvantage.
That's fine.
Oh, yep. I know what she's using.
Are we okay?
She does the same to Dr. Charles, and you feel the same kind of like,
Probably don't like it, but I'm like, we're fine. She's just making sure we can't hurt her.
Sounds fair by me.
At that point,
Then-
I look at her and like, I am a doctor. I am not here to hurt you.
she just slides the case across the table, it crashes onto the ground and skids a few meters, and she just says, open it.
I'll give it a go. I'm going to attempt to hack it at disadvantage.
Okay. Well, you don't, I mean, your previous hack found the codes, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll just enter them, and then without looking at what's inside, just take 5 steps back, move back like 5 meters, hands behind my head. It's open. Take whatever you need, whatever's in it. Look, honestly, I'm not sure what's going on here, but we can probably come to some sort of arrangement where we work together here.
I imagine I've seen a psychic or seen footage of psychics lose it. Does this have any sort of similarities?
It's odd what's going on with her. You probably haven't seen somebody with this particular combination of powers, and one thing that you could probably take away from your experience with seeing footage is you have probably seen footage of people going off the deep end, not what happens once they've been there for a while. You could speculate that even if someone's feral, they're still going to have the same basic survival instincts, and so she's potentially found a way
whoever
to
was
make it
running
work.
this ship found a way to
Contain her.
utilize and control a feral psychic.
Consider the implications of putting an adrenal suppression pump, a piece of tech that makes
This is
that
not good.
that compresses your emotions and attaching it to a purely emotional being. Who's just operating on
I
instinct.
better also step back and just watch for the moment.
She's gone,
Okay.
isn't she, Charles?
Just, I'm not 100% yet. Just let us figure out what's going on.
So she just disappears from the place she was standing behind the table and just appears in front of this case. She cracks it open and pulls out what looks like a bit of an exoskeleton. As you're looking at it, it looks like this would go with the ports that you saw on her joints. If either of you want to make a tech push-tech roll while you're looking at it to see if
I
you can
will-
suss out what this
I
might
will
be.
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
That's an 8.
Okay. Darius?
Not great.
Shouldn't
Not
I
plus.
shouldn't roll it on this bloody thing. It's an 8 as well.
Okay. Yep. Based on just looking at it, it looks like there's a lot of like integrated circuit boards and micro motors and things like that. Essentially, you think that if this were to be attached to her, they could guide her actions should they choose to. Or at least in theory, that's potentially what it could do. You've never seen anything like it.
Do you need help putting that on?
She
No,
looks.
don't. We're not going to
Not-
put it on you.
She just looks across the table, grabs like the nearest blunt instrument, slams down on the table, and just starts aggressively trashing it as angrily and passionately as she can, just destroying this thing.
I understand. Her comms.
Why do I hear
channel-
banging?
Easy for a few moments, Pim. Her comms channel that previously was it cyberware that was connected to my comms?
It was.
Can I attempt to counter hack it and then connect to her adrenal pump and basically turn it into overdrive with sedatives?
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. I mean, I will say in terms of mechanically speaking, you are allowed to make saving throws against the effect at the end of each combat round. And the saving throws aren't at disadvantage just because that would be too unfair. So if you want to shake off the effect and try the hack, you can, or you can try and do it at disadvantage. It's up to you.
I'll try saving throw first. Might as well.
Okay. Make a mental effect save, please.
I'm not going to make mental, but
I
I did make it.
Okay. This weight on your brain just gets shaken off, and you feel more like yourself again.
Alice, can you roll 3d6 for me? 8. That's a 14.
Okay.
Sorry. Do I want to re-roll that? No, I'll leave it at 12.
Okay. While she is distracted and just aggressively letting out all her frustrations and just smashing this thing as best she can, you just
Turn her off.
No, I don't want to overdo it. I just want to basically placate a little bit.
Okay.
I don't want to go. I don't want to hardcore turn them on.
So something really, really disturbing happens as you are doing this. What's your armor class?
Mine?
Yeah.
You're
4. In a back suit. It's
You're
7.
in a back suit.
7.
Okay. So as you are like sneakily on your compad, typing away at this, you're like this close to pressing the go button on that, and in an instant she just like stops mid-swing, looks up, unfolds a laser from the palm of her hand and just shoots your compad out of your hand without even looking at you.
I just put my hands over my head and just go, easy, easy, easy. I just want to talk. Hey, Charles,
Yes.
I think I'm going to stay here for a bit. But
I'm not leaving.
we need someone to get food, maybe a drink. Creature comforts.
At the moment, it's best if I observe and hope that I can fix something.
That's fair.
At that point, I look at her. I'm like, "Can I scan you to see if you're injured?"
She says, he tried to do a thing.
Don't worry about him. Look at me.
I was trying to.
All I
help
want
you.
to do is try and help. Can I scan you?
One sec. She grabs the now smashed remains of this stuff, disappears, comes back like a second later, and the exterior of her suit looks like it was heating up quite a bit. As though maybe she just jumped into low orbit, dropped this thing, and then jumped back again.
Yes, we try not to let her touch you.
Figures.
But can I scan you now?
Why?
I want to see if you're okay. If there's anything I can do to help.
She kind of stares off into space for a second. Okay.
Just grabbing my bioscanner. I
Mhm.
pull out my bioscanner and hold it towards her.
Okay. She teleports directly in front of you, grabs it, and then teleports back 10 meters, and just goes. And just moves it over her body a little bit, and then throws it across the room back at you.
I sort of catch it in telekinesis and just sort of bring it back into my hand so I can read the results.
Mhm.
What do they say?
She's messed up.
Really?
There is quite the considerable hole burned throughout her neural pathways. And what's really awkward is it looks like someone's tried to fix it. It seems that the partially completed cyberware that was installed inside her contained an attempt to bridge some of the burned out neural pathways, though that cyberware is not currently functional. It's just been inserted, like they laid the groundwork for it and may have been requiring some additional equipment to make it fully operational.
At that point, I just sort of like gonna flick. Oh, you don't have your compad anymore. Don't worry.
But aside from that, physically, she is she is fine physically. She is fit and healthy, but she has been torching like the Dickens, basically.
Yeah.
It looks like she was someone important. If another psychic went feral, they'd usually just kill them, wouldn't they?
It's her abilities and the size of the ship. Her abilities allow ships like this to make jumps safely using precog.
So they were stuck here, tried to fix her, failed.
Possibly. They were trying to control her and trying to some way bridge the gaps in her brain, which is the exact same research I've been trying to look at for you. But the answer's on the other side of the system.
We can't leave her here.
No. What is your name? Can you remember? What was that?
No.
What do you want?
I don't know.
Would you
You're
like some
safe.
food?
Why is she here?
Know what I want.
Do you want to sleep again? No? You keep
break
cutting
up,
out.
Dora.
Sorry. She says, "No, I don't want to go back in there."
Would you like some food? A drink? And we can share a cup of coffee together.
She just
Can I try something that might help?
what?
I want to use my biosotics to try and fix parts of your brain that are missing. but I need to touch you. I'm not sure if it'll work, because the research isn't completed yet, but it's better than what they've done to your head. All I want to do is help.
She looks into the, like, she stares off into space again. That won't work.
What will?
Thing.
I am currently researching how to fix damage to brain just like yours.
If you
I've not completed it yet. But if I get it done, I can get you back to normal.
can you see my memories?
No, she can only see projected futures. It's slightly different.
My brain was damaged too, and I'm still here thanks to Charles.
Look at my future and look at the research that I do in the future. I'm trying to fix the exact same thing that you've got.
She stares off and goes, "You're on a ship. We're going somewhere. Where are you going?"
Oh,
I'm not sure. How far are you looking?
I can only see so far.
It's too far out. I need to get to Thymmoist, and it's on the other side of the sector. It's going to take us like a year to get there. I know I can help you, but you need to give me time. What was that?
Where are we?
currently, dead space.
The planet. What was the planet's name?
There is no planet. We're in an asteroid field.
No,
It's called Forbin V.
Forbin V.
Yes.
Your ship, the ship you were on, crashed here, and it was attacked. You're the only survivor.
She looks more and more distressed as she's thinking over the whole, what do I do now?
If you allow the sleep to happen again, I will find the answers to fix you. But you will need to sleep. I will take you to a place where you will be safe.
Checking exactly what she can do.
All of the things.
And wondering exactly what she would be thinking. How
To
let
these in the future.
Yeah, because it's so hard to have an NPC psychic.
Yeah,
Who can see, like,
especially
3
one that
months
can
into the future.
precog, because it's
Yeah.
like a year. What are we going to be doing in a year? Traveling somewhere.
Yeah, hard to say. She just goes, no. No,
you
I'm gonna, and she just disappears again.
Fuck. What do we do, Charles?
We're getting somewhere with her.
I don't think we are.
She's not completely gone. Trust me.
If I
If she
may,
was completely gone, she would have killed us.
But she's close enough to completely gone that she might still fucking do that.
I don't care. It's not her fault that she's like this. And I'm not
course
about
it's
to
not her
murder
fault.
someone because someone was
I didn't want-
experimenting on her.
I didn't want to fucking murder her. I just wanted to activate the adrenal pump and maybe sedate her a little. Bad idea, right? I fucking get it.
What we need to do is convince her
to get back in a sleep pod.
She won't. There's no way. She's already
The chances of
terrified.
that happening are very low, Charles. I can speak from her position. I know what it's like to go to sleep for long periods of time, to wake up and not know where you are, to be asked by a complete stranger to go back there again, with no real guarantee, does not help.
There's a better option than that, is that we give her the creature comforts. The things that basic humans always respond to. Food, water.
Yes, but we need to be able to give her
Warmth.
that inner space that she can take the vac suit off.
The only space is the Molotov at the moment. I'm willing to take the risk if you get everyone off board the Molotov. I mean, she goes psycho
Dimitri?
up there.
Where has she gone? Can you ask Molly, please?
Mike,
You're muted.
Sorry, I can hear him. None of you can.
Sorry, I was muted because I was rolling dice in the loud. Molly, can you sense if the lady's on board the ship still?
Molly would. I'm just thinking, what? Well, I need to now think, where is she?
Has she gone to her cabin, perhaps, if she had one?
Wouldn't have had one.
Well, she can literally go anywhere. I mean, she just warped into low orbit. There's no reason she can't warp across planets.
No, there's probably a range to how far she can travel.
I mean, you are also in low orbit, bear in mind. Around a gas giant. Yeah, okay. Molly says, after a little bit, she's in one of the escape pods. She's in that one, and your mind is kind of pulled in a direction, and as soon as your mind is pulled in that direction, she goes, no, wait, she moved. And as soon as your attention goes towards that pod, she goes, no, wait, she moved again. Almost as if your awareness it's like almost as if your awareness of a location is making her move.
Stop. Just tell her to calm. Ask her to calm down. I guess. Like, we will help her if we can, but she needs to let us help her.
She can be reasoned with. At least not. Hang on a second. Molly is now going to make an attack roll.
Oh, good lord. Is Molly gonna try and sedate her?
Oof. Okay.
Or for a bad oof.
That was a 3 on the die. That is a bad oof on the part of Molly. As soon as Molly finishes concentrating, you just hear her say in your head, and probably someone else's, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry, I'm out of ideas.
Charles, give me your compad.
Don't break it.
Can't guarantee that. I'm gonna go to the workshop's access panel now, and this time I'm gonna try and access databanks of the ship for control procedures, because they've gotta have something written down in case of a breach.
Okay.
Oh, for the love of Lucky, can you please plug me into a control point?
Sure, point one out to me.
Based on pre-order scans of the vessel, there should be a jack-in point not too far from here, in the construction area.
He'll take him over and then kind of just stand there, like, moving his hand in front of it, like, how do I do this again?
I'll guide his hand with one of the robot hands.
Yeah, and yeah, so you can jack into Darius. What are you going to be trying?
I'm looking for any database entries on control procedures for cyber psychos.
Okay.
Fucking
Yes.
cyberpunk.
Make me a computer roll. Pim, what are you trying to achieve by jacking in?
Hang on.
I am setting up a game of checkers.
Okay.
He's tired of Sudoku.
I will be in one of the escape pods. I trust you will find me. And then Pim's just going to eject out of Lockie's armor and just piss off to one of the escape pods, where he's going to piss off to the Gloved Molotov first, grab a little box of checkers, and then you just see this random scarab just walking across the ground, dragging a box of checkers to one of the bloody escape pods.
It would be like virtual checkers, probably.
I got a 9 plus 4, 13.
Okay. I'd say the one thing you would take away from this is that there actually isn't any, like, a lot of sensitive data of substance. You do see in the, like, emergency logs that a lot of the data, like, the really important stuff, was backed up after multiple system crashes occurred due to a lack of power. So there may be some kind of like emergency backup unit somewhere on this ship that are used to preserve the really important stuff while they were having server troubles.
Am I able to see any of that data?
No, it's been lost from like multiple simultaneous crashes. It's not fared well. But the transfer did occur in the server room, in the sensor room on deck 1.
Yeah, I don't think they've got anything that we're probably going to be able to find. I can go have a look in the server room, Charles, but I don't know that we're going to be able to control her at all.
At that point, I'm like, Dimitri, where was she?
Well, she was in different escape pods, but each time Molly took me to look at her, she moved.
Just tell Molly to stop looking at her. Darius, before you go,
hungry,
can I speak over the things again?
Yeah, go for it. But the moment this person gets hungry, I don't know if she's going to take a bite out of your face, Charles.
She might not want to stay on the ship at all. Just give me a moment. At that point, I'm speaking to the microphone. I ask you can connect it to the comms for the ship.
Yep.
And I go, apparently you want to leave if you're in the escape pods. If that's what you want to do, that's fine, but be aware it's very dangerous out there and there's no one else here. I can try to help you. But if that's not okay with you, it's okay if you want to leave.
Roll me persuasion, please.
One thing I'm not good at, bad at. -1. That's a 7.
Okay.
Barely made it. Got an 8. Damn it.
You're in the workshop still.
Yes.
Wrong floor. Okay, so where you are standing, like next to Darius, having this tense conversation after saying this, she just appears in front of you for a moment. It looks like she's carrying like a box of like freeze-dried rations she found somewhere under an arm. and she just like drops on the ground a piece of metal in front of you, and then she just disappears again.
Metal. What's that?
I pick it up and have a look.
It looks like the serial number of one of the escape pods. Like she yanked it off the inside of the wall and then just threw it at you.
I think she just wanted food, or maybe she's telling us to get the fuck out.
Pim, you are currently jacked into the system, correct?
I was.
Dragging his chessboard around.
I'm currently playing checkers in one of the escape pods.
Say it stands to reason that escape pods can check on each other. Like, you can be in an escape pod and know how the other ones are doing.
Checkers, the board game.
I know. I am just trying to figure out what escape pods can do. I feel like if you're doing an evacuation and you want to be able to know whether or not the rest of the crew are evacuating safely, that there is at least a screen inside each escape pod that tells you about all the other ones. So while you're just sitting there playing checkers with yourself, you see that one of the escape pods on deck 2 registers an attempted launch and a malfunction.
He's just gonna ignore it. Move another checker.
Okay.
Guys, I think we should stop chasing her.
It's time
We'll
we
stop
decide.
chasing her and we've got to let her go.
Pim is also going to quickly go up to the console and make it so that this particular pod he's in can't fire off either. Then sit back down and continue playing checkers.
Good call.
Guys, I have been the person trapped in a place that you do not want to be, held against your will, with no way to go home.
We've got to
Trying-
get this-
Trying to stop her is not going to work. It will just
not
make her freak out more. She's like an animal stuck in a cage. Let her come
know.
to us. Let's just keep going about our business, and when she's ready, when she calms
At the
down,
moment, she's trying to launch one of the life pods, so
none of them work.
Yes, but we can't even move our ship with her like this. If we move our ship and she sabotages it midway, we could end up in a far worse situation than before.
Sabotaging it is not in her best interests.
No.
it's
Let
not.
me handle the person. As it stands, I am pretty much unable to do anything at the moment. I am a scarab. I can do not much.
You could assist me with getting the power back online, Pim, but I understand.
I can empathize with this person. They were being used. They were being experimented on, and they were being treated as a product. I can
Yeah.
empathize.
To a different extent, so was I once upon a time. It sucks. Maybe not to the same extent, but there are parallels.
Besides, I ask that you let me try. You are all more well equipped to take care of the ship than I am at the moment, something I was programmed to do, which I cannot do. It is frustrating. So please let me handle this task.
This is okay. She seemed to be scared of me anyway. I'm not sure why.
Well, it is lucky that I can walk and work at the same time. I think I have power at about 60% efficiency, and we just need to decide that is across whole ship. We just need to decide what to leave on and what to turn off.
We've still got to patch the hole in the window. I got Tazi off board when this thing went nuts.
Tazi would have already fixed that by then. It doesn't take long to do the Insta panel.
It was mostly finished by then.
She would have just been welding it into place.
So, Pim, what are you going to do to try and reach out to this person?
Nothing. I'm just going to play checkers.
Okay.
Someone not chasing her.
at that point I'm just going to go, Darius, can you do a quick diagnostic of all the life pods on board the ship and see if any of them are actually functional?
I did it earlier, remember? What do I remember about how functional they are?
The ones that remained looked okay. Like, they may be a bit behind on their maintenance that could have caused some issues. But if you're like reviewing your previous data and skimming through, this malfunction that popped up from the most recent pod being fired looks a bit too perfect.
I don't think that she was trying to take the pod out, Charles. I think she was trying to stop us from doing so. I don't know. She's clearly not in her right mind.
Where's the pod that malfunctioned?
It's on deck 2. It's actually near Dimitri at the moment.
I'm going to make my way to deck 2.
Yeah, I'll follow. I'll be walking with Charles. Hey, you've got the serial number, right? Maybe
Yes.
she wasn't trying to get out, but was telling us where to go.
We can't leave the ship.
No, but maybe she's left something there.
Well, that's why I'm here. Let's have a look.
Okay. You write
I'm-
down.
Slowly walk up to the door, hands in front of me again, open palm, and just ask, "Is this where you wanted us?"
You like look at the hatch. Like there's a small door. There's a big door with a small window in it, and as you look through, it looks like there's maybe half a meter of space in between this door of the escape pod, and it looks like you can see her through the window of that door, helmet off, holding like a power bar, like mid-bite. She like pokes her head up and goes, and says with her cyberware, "You're going to leave here, aren't you?"
Try to.
No, we need the ship.
Yes, with the ship.
Yes. Do you want us to take you with us?
Uh-huh.
I just hear a shrug. She's made up her mind. Let's get this thing operational.
I've looked at all the possibilities. Without this ship, I'll die here.
Yes.
So fix it and take me somewhere, and to take me to a planet I can breathe.
Okay. We will do that.
Sounds fair. I'm gonna, as I'm walking away with Charles's phone, compad, I'm going to send a message to the other ship. That's the one with all the robots.
Yep. The whatchamacallem. Yes, that guy with Hotama. Yes.
Otama, you read me?
Yes. Hello. Are you guys doing okay? I saw you just fly into the storm. It was crazy.
Yeah, look, we've got a couple of problems. I'm going to spit them off in order with ones that are a risk to you at the priority. Do not get close to the lightning. There's some sort of weird creature that lives in it and feeds off the electricity that saps power from ships. It's why most of the ships are crashed here. If you enter atmosphere, you're almost certainly to have all your systems shut down. We'll make do for the moment. I've got a hack that sort of stabilizes power and makes it unattractive to them, but it makes your ship run at about 50% power. I'm sending it through to you now, and I'm just going to send that through to him.
Okay, I will use this if it becomes absolutely necessary.
Awesome. Now,
Thank you.
The bigger problem, and the one that I want you to be really, really cautious of us. We've currently got a wild psychic on board.
Oh, damn. What? How is it possible?
One of the sleep pods here had a living person. It looks like the crew's experimented on her to try and keep her alive and functional or something.
Oh
Just-
my God, have you killed it yet?
We can't.
Why not? Use a gun, it's easy.
It's a goddamn wild psychic. She's got precognition. She'll know the moment one of us reaches for a weapon.
Oh no, that's bad.
Just keep your fucking distance for the moment, and if possible, can you send maybe like, I don't know, do you have escape pods that you can send maybe 2, maybe 3, I don't know, enough robots to get the ship out of here? If we
No,
can
it's
get,
too expensive.
how much do you need?
How many you need?
Probably about 30.
30? You send me
15.
You send me 40,000 credits, then we can talk, okay?
I'm just going to flick open crew channels. Crew, how much credits are we currently running on?
There's 10,000 in the ship funds.
Why do you ask?
I might be able to make an acquisition of a few robots to help us get this fucking hunk of junk into the air and out of here. Otherwise, we're going to be stranded with a goddamn psycho.
Why don't we see what we can do first before we start?
Giving money to strangers?
Duh. I don't have a lot. I'm almost broke.
Hey, I'm almost broke too.
Alright. I flick off team channels and go back to the other ship channels and go, you know what, scratch it. We're going to just have to do our best. Listen, this is probably going to get pretty rough, but she seems to be able to teleport to anything within sight too. So I would suggest getting somewhere where she's not going to spot your ship.
Okay. Tell me twice. Oh, God, I really need this money. Okay. I'll be going now then. Bye. He hangs up.
And then I hang up as well. And I turn back to the escape bay and go, just sending friends on their way so they don't hassle you. As an aside, we're going to be staying here for a little bit before we leave, because we want some things. Are you able to help us collect them from the debris field?
She pokes her head up and says, that was a good idea. In about in a few weeks' time, that guy's going to be in a lot of trouble.
In what way?
He owes a lot of money to people.
Thank you for telling me. I raise Charles's compad with the pictures of the immersion vessel on it. Do you see the ship?
She focuses for a moment. Yeah?
I want what's on its data.
Doing more focusing, like she spends half a minute staring into space with various micro expressions, and then she disappears after putting her helmet back on the back suit. After about another half a minute, she reappears with like an armful of stuff and just like drops it in front of her and starts messing around. You can, I mean, in the moment you saw her holding it, you saw like at least one line shunt in her grasp, and some kind of handgun, and she just like drops them on the ground in front of her.
I look at Charles, smile for a tick, and then speaking to her, say, so you figured that you wanted to get out of here sooner and that we were going to go there first, so you made it quicker. Am I right?
Give time.
Thank you. It is greatly appreciated.
Well, I think it's about time we get to work on fixing this ship as well.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm gonna go ask Catalina if there's anything I can do to help.
I'm gonna look through the pile of stuff she's just dumped in front of me.
Not in front of you. She has it in the escape pod. She's keeping it, and so you just saw like a glimpse of what she was holding before she dropped it inside her escape pod that she is making sure you can't get to.
Oh, okay. So she's holding it over me as a bargaining material.
You could certainly assume that's the case, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
At that point, I'm like, can I have my combat pad back, please?
Darius sort of looks at you for a few seconds, and for a moment, he looks a bit like the feral psychic. If I have no combat, I'm useless, Charles. I need it. I'm a goddamn programmer and hacker. If you take away my combat, you take away the only means I can help anyone.
You're buying me a new one again.
I know. I'm sorry.
Well, while you're sitting there, then you can research planets with breathable air that are fairly uninhabited that we can drop her off at. I'm going to go downstairs. Or upstairs. I can't remember. Upstairs.
Charles, I'm sorry
Yes.
that I keep destroying your tech.
I would prefer it if you didn't.
Yeah, me too. I sort of just start scrolling
Okay.
maps to look for something.
Hey Rory.
Yeah.
In theory, would she potentially be able to get along with the Zaza since they communicate in a similar method?
She's using cyberware to communicate, though.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not telekinetic. It's
Yeah, it's not
through cyberware.
telepathy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
right.
telepathy.
Yeah.
All good.
So
I was just curious.
Telepathy.
at this point, I think you guys are out of immediate danger potentially posed by the psychic because no one's done anything close to hostile to her, which is genuinely impressive. Good job, guys.
Hey, we're not just murder hobos, man.
She
Yeah, I
so
know.
has the ability to kill all of us so quickly, it's not funny.
I'm just gonna start listing off planets while sitting outside the pod bay, saying, "How does this one sound?" and start just like listing off attributes of planets. Looks like breathable oxygen, some wildlife, a lot of population though. I don't know. What have I got around me?
If you have access to that data, ooh, that's actually interesting. Could you please roll me persuasion with charisma to see how that conversation goes?
Better off him doing it than me.
Yeah, actually, physical dice because fuck this.
Yes, physical.
A 1 and a 2 is getting re-rolled,
Okay.
and a 2 and a 6 plus my persuasion is 2 and my charisma is 0.
So
So
10.
it gets a 10.
Okay. As you are talking to her, she initially hyperfixates on any location that would be the shortest journey from here that is safe. So if you, and to that end, that planet is.
My planet.
No, actually, there's one planet which is nearer called Papadias. It's where it's where
Oh, yeah. It's the Greek world.
it's where Catalina got her cyberware
It's the
implants.
cyber
And
tech world. Yeah.
If you
Planet.
pose that plan to her, she says, "No, not that one."
Why not Papadias? Just curious.
No. She kind of holds up her like the backs of her hands. You can see the sockets, and she says, "No, do this to me and more."
What will happen if, after we let you go, do you know what will happen to us if we go to Papadias? You're
Didn't
muted.
hear you.
She says, "Don't get any surgery there."
Too late.
It's hard to know if that's just her natural fear or if it's
Genuine.
genuine threat. Yeah.
I know.
I sort of just like raise an eyebrow slightly and go, okay, What else have we got?
If you move on and mention Harbona, Yakuta, and
Their neighbor.
and Colcatronis, she just says no, thank you. None of those plans. Oh, actually, hang on. Nope. She just says no, thank you. Actually, you know what? She says maybe to Colcatronis. It is a tech level 3 planet in the same system as Harbona and Yakuta.
It's sounding more and more like Mumina might be another option for her. We just move everyone to Mumina. Low tech level planets.
You know, it's interesting. We're eventually going to have to go to Yakuta and Harbona ourselves.
Me though.
Yeah. No, I know you won't have to if you don't want to.
Take me to that one. That one.
Colcatronis?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. And I open team comms and just say, hey guys, our friend wants to go to Colcatronis. I don't think we're going to be able to go anywhere else without dropping her off first.
You might hear a, like, bang crash noise.
It's anger.
I know, Catalina, but I think there's a chance that if we don't take her where she wants to go, she's going to kill all of us.
She won't.
She won't.
Just wait until we do something that she really doesn't want to happen.
She explained to her that we need to stop off to get the ship fixed so that we can make it there first.
I just look at her and go, you know we need to get this ship fixed, right?
You're muted.
Voice.
You're muted.
Yeah.
And you know that we're going to stop off at the man's space fleet called Anton, yeah?
What was that?
It doesn't speak
Okay.
loud enough for it to pick up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once we get this ship fixed there, we'll get the hell out of Dodge and take you where you need to go.
She as you're talking to her, she holds up the handgun and is just like examining it. She's like trying to cock it, but it's not actually cocking. Like, she tosses it over her shoulder. It looks beautifully made though. Like, that gun looks profoundly expensive.
You know, that's kind of curious. Can I have a look at it? And the other stuff you got?
No, that.
Not until you get to where you want to go, right?
Yes.
Look, that's fair. You don't need to hold it over me. I promise you we're going that way anyway. I mean, you can read the future. You know if I'm telling the truth.
She holds up something else. It's a syringe, like a stim. Knows. Toss that over her shoulder as well.
You're not particularly interested in any of that stuff?
She holds up what you recognize as a tight beam link and goes,
Oh,
I don't know what these things do.
that's
Throws it over her
alright.
shoulder.
Wait, careful with that one. That one's expensive. They're equipment for us. You know, you work like a psychic, right? Or you have powers. I don't. Sometimes I need to be more conventional. The one that looks like the handgun, that one puts holes in things like Goethe from afar. You know, primitives, animals, things like that that are dangerous.
Sits down and kind of moves away from the window and just starts like she just curls up into a ball and hugs her knees in the corner, basically.
The next one over, that one that looks like a needle, that's medicine. I don't know what it does though, so don't use it until the doctor looks at it at least. And the last one, that's just radio signal. Lets me talk to people far away.
Okay.
I sort of stand up while leaning against the door with my back against it. You know, you're really interesting. I don't think I've met a feral psychic before. In fact, I don't think many people have.
Can you fix the ship, please?
I sort of just nod a few times. Yeah, I'll do that. Everyone else is already on the way, though. There's not much I can do right now.
So yeah, you can proceed trying to talk to her, but beyond that, she's not feeling especially conversational because now she knows you're going to fix the ship and she knows where you are going.
Yeah.
Or yes. So we're going to do. Yes.
I imagine. I was going to say I get down to where Catalina is, or up to where Catalina is from where I am, and go, okay, what do you need?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is time to do a bit of a time lapse as lots of repairs are going to be attempted on this vessel. The question is, what do you try to fix?
I tried to fix everything. What are you talking about?
Yes, but are you going to ignore certain aspects and just wait until
of course,
you're clear of the field?
We need to be efficient. So
I
we
reckon-
need propulsion, we need maybe some limited oxygen,
Okay.
we need
Track the beam.
track the beam.
We need the bridge operational.
Only what's necessary.
Need some lights. But we can reroute power and shut things down. Like crew quarters do not need to be on at all at the moment.
Okay. Everybody who is planning to assist the construction and repair of this vessel, can you please make me appropriate roles like tech post-tech, tech astronautic, tech medical if you're doing that kind of thing. Just show me some dice rolls in aggregate. So each person make two sets of rolls.
That is.
Can I do like athletics for general labor?
Absolutely yes. There's a lot of good heavy lifting to be done, and you are probably very tired after a few days of just like move this to there, hold this up while they fix it. You're probably just like perpetually bouncing around the inside of the ship. People calling, Lockie, can you move this for me, please?
Well, that's a 10 and a 14.
Damn.
I had an 8 and a 13 for post-tech.
Yep.
5 for post-tech and 12 for computers.
Oh yeah, good point.
I rolled an 8 for astronautics and 10 for post.
Yep.
I rolled a 8 for post-tech, which means it's a 7. And it was a 6 for astronautic, which is a 5.
Okay, so while Dr. Charles has the best of intentions, it's basically like you don't go so far as to get in people's way.
I go, Charles, do you think you could check the seal on this window? That'd be great, thanks.
I just prodded a bit.
But like occasionally you feel like you're in people's way where like it'll be, hey, can I help? And someone's just like, no, as they're carrying something heavy down a hallway.
So it probably gets to like the first few hours, and I've been like told to piss off multiple times, and I'm just like, cool, I'm going to the med base. I'm going to deal with that instead.
I mean, if you come up to Catalina, she'd be like, just pass me that tool over there. No, not that one. Yeah, that one. That's good. Okay.
The one that is shaped like a dick, not the one that is like 2 nuts on a stick. Like, remember that game?
Yeah. You've got a lot of techie people on board, and while your intentions are good, your help does just end up being like hand people tools and like rearrange the med bay to your liking is basically what.
See,
what
when it
you
comes
end
to
up
the science of a working ship, I know it. When it comes to the
Yes.
mechanics of a working ship, whatever. It's other
Indeed.
people's job.
Lucky, can you please roll 2d4 for me, please?
2d4. Okay.
Because those rolls are pretty damn good.
He's not very smart, but he can lift everything.
That is a double 4.
Double 4. Okay, just based on your current estimate, you think with the, are you prepared to spend 8 days getting this ship's engines operational?
Lockie is determined, if nothing else. So yes, he would
Okay.
dedicate entire.
So I'd say after, I'd say you guys have a kind of a laborious time of like toing and froing back and forth, going up to the Gloved Molotov to sleep, then coming back down and making repairs. It's unfortunate that this ship has been lying still for so long, and an annoying amount of the work is just a build-up of maintenance and stuff like that. But after 8 days,
If we're spending 8 days, probably by the 3rd or 4th day, I would have turned around and gone to Dimitri. Hey Dimitri, feel like taking the Molotov for a jaunt? I need to get onto that immersion ship and take the data.
Yet I'm too busy.
I do have something I would like to interject with. On the 4th day, I feel like Pim is probably still spending at least part of his time playing checkers with himself.
Yo, Pim.
I would have organised for the supercomputer to be brought across relatively soon.
Fair enough. Mikhail, are you there?
I think he's having
Hello?
problems.
He did
Oh, dear.
disconnect for a bit. He did pop back in.
Indeed.
Sir,
There you are.
You
It's a
are
bit
a
choppy.
robot, but we can't hear you.
Oh,
Nope, she's gone again.
oh bother. I was gonna make the checkers thing happen. Oh, Mikhail, come back. I was gonna give you vindication for your plan.
Vindication.
Well, you can tell us and
Can you-
type in chat.
you hear me?
There you
Yeah.
are. Say some more things.
Hey Mikhail, do you want to just call me and I'll just play the... I'll ring you.
Work weirdly enough.
Call Mikhail.
Mikhail Swordcraft.
That guy sounds English. I like it.
Rory, are you planning on?
Can
What?
you guys hear Mikhail now?
Yep.
Mikhail,
Mik-
talk. Is he hearable at all?
No.
He,
How about now?
yep.
Yeah, we
There
can hear
you
you.
are. In the call. Okay, so I'd say after like, if you're thinking about it, half a day after repairs have commenced, of you just sitting there going, well, I guess I'll just keep on playing checkers. You would probably receive a visitor. Like the moment you like finish a game and start another one, you go to make the
Next year.
you make the first move, and as you go to make the move as your opponent, you just see this girl teleport into the escape pod, move a piece, and then teleport away again.
I
Look,
will just
it's
continue
baby steps.
pieces
Okay,
and just
so
playing the game.
yeah, so you play the entire rest of the game by yourself, and then as you get the next one set up, She teleports back in, makes her move, kind of like waits very patiently for you to make yours.
Which I make, yeah.
Then she moves and then teleports away again. So it takes about like 10 or 20 games of checkers to actually get her to stick around for an entire game. But eventually she does. And you find that when she teleported back, she has that really nice gun in like tucked into her waistband, and eventually is just content to be curled up on one of the seats of the escape pod and is just happily playing with you. Or yeah, it's just gradually playing with you.
Pim made a friend.
I will win in 6 moves.
I will win in 4.
Oh, great.
Commit effort to try and make 5 different intentions.
Okay. I don't think she can step to that, unfortunately.
Correct.
So she is like as the games progress more and more, she spends like about 10 seconds just staring off into space before making each move. And as she does her stare off into space after you've established these systems, she goes, "Hey."
No cheating.
Fine. She makes a move.
Yeah, I'm quite content to just have Pim play checkers with her until they get the ship somewhat operational.
Okay. I don't think she's very interested in talking to you, but
Yeah, me neither.
yeah.
From what I understand, I was alone on Trash Planet for 600 years. I would have killed for a box of checkers.
So she just ends up probably spending hours upon hours just either playing checkers with you or like teleporting back to her pod, coming back with like a protein bar and like a bag of juice and just like doing her thing.
Yep, good to play checkers.
Indeed. And so after
I
Yes?
can go all night, baby.
Yes, Alice?
I was going to say, Catalina probably spends this time working a little bit too hard, not getting enough sleep, and being
Okay.
probably in a perpetual bad mood the entire time.
So
She
it's
also-
working like 16 to 18-hour days, not taking proper food breaks or resting at all.
Taking like only 6-hour rests or something, or even 4-hour naps. Keep working, 4-hour nap, keep working kind of thing.
Dimitri
She-
hears this crash noise and lots of swearing, and he grabs a bottle of vodka. He goes up behind Lena, pushes her to get her attention, waggles bottle of vodka, and says, "Go to fucking bed."
She tries to argue. But
I'm telling you, as your big brother, fuck off.
I'm almost done.
I don't care. You've made 6 mistakes in the last half an hour. I've been watching.
Fine! And she just like snatches it from him and stomps off,
Okay.
chugging it on the way. And then puts it down on a table as she walks out, because she's not going to walk out with it.
Then I fix her problem.
Mm-hmm. Fix
That
the
she fucked up 6 times.
Yeah.
Just walk off.
But she also spends the entire time avoiding their new friend.
Okay. Can you make me a physical effect save for pushing your body to the limit during this?
Is that a D20?
D20, yes. You need to beat your save number, which as a warrior is pretty alright, I should say. So fingers crossed.
14?
That sounds like it's probably enough. Hang on, let's check.
I'm just checking.
Something-
Physical effect save?
Physical effect save.
Yeah, my save is 10.
Yeah, you're good.
What the heck, man? That's so low.
Mm-hmm. You probably have put yourself through worse in previous years on Yakuza, so it's not comfortable, but your anger is fueling your determination.
Yep.
Any other pleasant moments occurring during these 8 days?
Like every now and again, I'll probably go like when I go back to the ship, I'll like make a thermos of tea and bring it back with me when I go back to the ship to work.
Mm-hmm.
And every day I'll just sort of go to the life pod that the chick's in, sort of give it a knock, and I'll be like, drink.
What kind of teas do you have?
I imagine like start off with just like your basic Earl Grey type tea.
And then it moves on to more fancy stuff like Melbourne breakfast tea or Russian caravan tea.
You exhaust, like, each day. Bring her a thermos. She ignores you, except like probably on like the last or second last day when you go, well, I've tried the rest of them. Let's give like this weird, like exotic looking tea a go. And like, while she shouldn't have any right to know what kind of tea it is you're bringing to her just from the thermos. When you like leave it at the door in front of her, you walk back down the same hallway. 10 minutes later, the thermos is gone.
Okay, found out the one that she likes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give her that tomorrow as well.
Dimitri is just having some memories of when he was younger and at other times being, up to his elbows in grease.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
This is
bits of electrical wire sticking out of his hair, or cursing and kicking at systems to make them work because, everything is in the right place and everything should be working and it doesn't fucking do it, so you give it a kick and it starts.
Mm-hmm. This is probably a really good time for you to get to know Tazi as well. Like, she is going to be working pretty close to you in the engines and things like that, and like, I'm curious whether or not the two of you would butt heads. Like, if she might disagree with your kick it till it starts mentality.
She probably would.
I
Yeah.
think.
I feel like
She'd be like, "Oh, you can't do that. No, you got to treat it with kindness." And I'm like, "You stupid bitch of system! Like it should be working, but it is not."
Yeah.
I feel like there would have probably been a similar interaction between Tazi and Catalina at some point as well, except that Tazi, knowing Catalina for a bit longer and having worked with her for a while, especially through her rehab, would have realized that something was wrong and it had nothing to do with the mechanisms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tazi would also probably be steering clear of Catalina, not out of a "I don't like you," but like she'll see you and the color of your hair coming and go, "Oh, okay, yeah, she needs some time."
I think Dimitri would leave it alone for a while because normally if Catalina has problems, she comes looking for him. But after I'm like, it has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has been 7 days and she is still not done fuck all. And then I'll hunt you down.
What? Are you here to kick me off to bed again? I'm not going to bed. I just woke up 2 hours ago. I'm fine. I have coffee. I'm fine.
Shut up.
What?
You're not fine.
Of course I'm
Tense.
fine.
Your hair is crazy colors. There is something on your mind and you've been avoiding it.
Am I really that scary? Ah, never mind. She goes back to fiddling in the machines.
Hey. And I yank her out of the machine. I'm like, talk to me. Like, tell me, what is going on? As your big brother, I would like to know what is happening inside your head.
There are too many things going on. Am I a terrible person?
No,
How can you be so
that pause
sure?
was just. I've known you for a long time. I've known you since you were a little girl, and even when Alec was stomping around and killing ants and stuff, and you were like, no, do not use magnifying glass. It is mean.
I feel
He
like
was a
I've
shit. But
I feel like I've changed a lot since then.
in some ways, but in other ways, no. I think still at heart you are kind-hearted and think of the better solutions to things. Over time, of course, we have all lost patience, and sometimes just running in and shooting everything is the easiest solution. But I think that you have a problem with this too.
Catalina just sets aside her tools and slumps down and sits on the floor and just sighs heavily.
When was the last time you cried?
I don't know. Before we got here.
You
Maybe
actually
you could-
cry though. You don't have tear ducts anymore.
She did mercury or something?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, yeah, she has like the side where eyes. She hasn't got tear ducts anymore.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
I feel like in theory it's still possible, but
It'd be different.
yeah.
It's like when you see them special temporary traffic lights where they got all them little dots and everything that make it up. It's just that, but LED tears come down.
But also,
Terrible.
Kat makes a really good point. You can
It's
cry
the
with no
sad
tears.
face
No tears.
emoji. It's the sad face emoji on her eyes.
I don't think I've ever experienced crying without tears before. That sounds horrible.
It's frustrating.
Mm. Sorry, continue. I was just interjecting.
No, I'm trying to think. Our religion does not go for confession, but maybe if you write down how you are feeling, and then we can go through it. Rather than just bottling it all up inside until you explode.
What do I tell Papa?
What do you mean? What do you tell Papa?
He asked me to stay safe. I'm doing everything in my power to do exactly not this. All he wants is for me. He just doesn't want to lose another child. And here I am putting myself in every danger that comes my way. All for what? So that I can go back home and fight a war. How do I tell him that this is what I intend to do?
It is not your nature to sit idly by, and he understands this. But it is the responsibility of parent to ask children to not put themselves in harm's way, even if they know it is pointless to ask.
I think it is worse than this, Dmitri. I am starting to question my own morals. I am afraid that I will do something that I will regret one day. Or
Yeah.
even worse, that I will do something and feel no regret.
I mean, that is worse. I do things I regret all the time. Why didn't I stop you killing this person or that person? Or, why didn't we think of the nicer way to do these things? And then I'm like, I cannot fix everything.
This girl that we meet, she has precognition, though.
No? That is, it appears to be this way, yes.
I'm scared of what she saw when she looked at me and looked at Loki and got scared.
We do not know all the possibilities that she can see.
No, but I know in my heart the things that I have wished for.
Thought about?
Duh.
You have been in some dark places at dark times. It is. I think okay that you think these things as long as you do not act on them.
I am not so sure that if I was in the moment that I would not. This is what scares me. And at the same time, I feel so useless! And she grabs a tool and just throws it across the room.
Well, now you have something else to fucking fix.
I'll fix it later.
Maybe just think about what your papa and your mama would think if you did this but in heat of moment is hard. I do not have all the answers, I'm sorry.
Papa would tell me to go outside and take a walk.
Well,
Maybe I'll
outside,
go
take
do
a
that.
walk.
I
You
still
just need
haven't.
to think.
I still haven't heard from Mama. I hope she's okay. Papa did not say. Dmitri, can you help me send a message back home?
Duh.
Every time I try to sleep, I try to come up with a
Hard.
message.
You tried too hard.
I try to come up with something to tell them, and I cannot.
Just tell them what is in your heart.
I don't think anyone wants to know what's in my heart, Dmitri. It would make them sad. And I don't want to make them sad. Dmitri, I'm scared to tell them everything that has happened since I left.
You do not need to send them a message with an 8-page story on it of everything that has happened. You just need to send them a message saying that you are well, that you love them, that you are keeping yourself as safe as possible in this fucked up universe, that you have found me.
They know
Well,
this.
I have found you.
But one day, when this is all over, assuming that we survive, we will sit down and we will talk. And I don't know if they would be proud to hear of the things that I have done.
That is for them to decide. Not even you can force their hand in this matter. You can only tell them what you have done and why, and then they come to their own conclusions.
Dmitri, can you help me not become a bad person?
I can try. Have you tried vodka?
Duh, I'm quite fond of the vodka. You know this.
It helps me to suppress the bad thoughts.
I think I would be constantly drunk if I did this.
Now you're getting it! That's exactly!
Ah! And like, I feel like this is where they fall into like just common banter and she laughs and then just like, it takes the stress off her shoulders for a while.
Okay, so we will be concluding shortly, but I would like to get us past one final point first. The vessel is fixed enough to get it to move. What are you? Where are you going to move it? And are you going to leave right away?
Do we not need to track the beam some stuff?
I'd say we try to use the scanners on the ship first to try and locate where the other...
Where the wing went?
Yeah.
Catalina's missing Jim.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I also still have a blub in a lunchbox.
You have
Blub in a box.
Blub in a lunchbox, yes. I'd say
I would have given it to Dr. Charles at some point.
yes.
Oh yeah, I probably would have like got like Catalina and Lockie in the room with weapons and just sort of like quickly open the lunchbox, jabbed the tissue thing into the jellyfish, got the sample, and then just shut the lunchbox again if I could.
Okay. Can you please make me a pre-tech roll with dexterity?
With dexterity.
Yes, with dexterity. Because you're trying to be dexterous and quick.
Can I assist him? Oh.
Nice.
You can assist him, yes. You can roll athletics with dexterity. Okay, that's a 9. Let's see if the blob can outpace you and escape before you finish stabbing him. So you rolled a what, Dr. Charles?
8.
And you got an assist.
Yes.
Look what I rolled.
Is that
8?
That's an 8.
What's his dex?
Well, it's a good thing Alice helped because he has a +1. But in the case of ties, I always say that the status quo is maintained. He was in the box because there was a tie. He continues to be in the box.
Do I get my flesh sample?
You do indeed get your flesh sample. Can you please make me a luck save?
That's D20.
20.
What is my luck? Ooh, where's my rainbow die?
Yes, use the rainbow die.
Where is he?
Or you should just use
There
the
he
roll
is.
that I just
That's a
threw in
D12.
there.
Oh, what did you?
It's not a bad roll.
Actually, it makes sense for it to be on stream if it's an important role. Is it?
It is an important role. Yes, it's an important role. I will allow this. What's your luck save as a psychic?
14.
Okay, you are able to get a valid sample and don't kill the blob.
Yay! You get to keep your silly jellyfish pet.
Yeah. So, you are holding this syringe in your hand, and a holographic display pops up around it again. It is asking how much of the amount you wish to inject the flesh sample into, either half of it or all of it.
I
Darius
just want to
probably
use
will.
1 dose.
Okay. You select half, and the sample moves down the perforated metallic pipe, and the core sample of blob flesh drops in, fizzles and reacts, and what you are left with is a cool pale blue serum that ever so slightly internally sparks if you agitate it too much.
So what's it do?
What?
What's it do?
I have no idea.
So you're telling me you're just going to collect all of these things, wasting pre-tag, and do nothing with them?
Until I can tell what the actual consequences of injecting a human person with this stuff is, I'd rather just know that I've got the samples if I need them, and this is a very interesting sample. The ability to drain electricity. It could come in handy.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Dimitri, I was wanting to get to that immersion station and jack into their computers. I need a pilot for it, though. Are you happy to help me out?
Now that ship is pretty much done, sure.
We probably would have spent some time, or at least before we leave, we'll spend some time picking apart the other ships to salvage
gonna
all the
say,
parts that we need.
We would have sat there with the tractor beam on and just pulled them closer to us so that we could grab shit off it.
Fair enough. Darius, I will say, before you are able to leave with Dimitri, you're making your way towards the hatch, the airlock, and then the psychic just appears in front of you, hands you a hard drive, and then disappears.
Ah. probably already taken that off the ship. It's unfortunate though, because I still get the feeling that I need to go on.
Okay.
Maybe check this first, and then we shall see.
About half a minute later, she reappears in front of you holding a dead body in a vac suit. She drops it on the ground and then disappears again.
Whoa, wait.
She's gone.
I'm gonna head to the escape pods. Wait up for me, Dimitri, and just run down that way.
What am I doing with this dead body? Like, what the?
Just leave it there for the tick. I'll come back for it.
I take it to the med bay, and I'm like, Charles, what is with this dead body?
Bioscanner. What's going on here?
The dead body is that of what you suspect to be a pilot. The individual looks to have a piece of cyberware in his head and arms. It is after taking enough time to examine it, the cyberware is a twitch clock actuator.
Oh!
What's
That's
that?
pretty good.
It's a what? What
You
is this
take
thing?
system strain to re-roll a weapon shot,
Not just a weapon shot.
or any skill check that relies on dexterity or strength or... No, I think it's dexterity only.
I can double check, but later.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
Lucky, how about some
dex-based
upgrades?
weapon. I'm gonna quickly run after our psychic lady.
Mm-hmm.
Just call out, hey, you there?
Can I just say before you do this, yeah? Like, Pim has taken the time to like deck this escape pod out to literally kind of look like a club. On the outside, you've got the Checkers Club hanging from the door.
And when I get to it, I'm just like,
Sorry, guys.
when I get there, I just have a few moments of, oh fuck, where do I get an AI psychologist? You know what? Never mind. Hey, Misty, can I call you Misty? I don't have another name.
We're playing checkers. Do you wish to join the Checkers Club?
Is she here?
Yeah. She's in the second escape pod with Pim, though she's looking like she might leave. Like
Okay.
she looks a bit nervous.
I want to speed up this process so that we can get off planet and get you where we need to go. So, I think the quickest way to do that is if we work together.
After
I'm
checkers.
I'm just going to ask a few locations, and you tell me if there's anything worthwhile there. And if you say yes, then we'll go there and get it and come back. And if you say, like, I'll make a deal with you. I'm going to check out all the places that I mentioned, and I'll come back and say that was useful, or that was not useful. Can you tell me which ones I would say that was useful to?
Okay.
I'm going to name the ships, just show her photos of each of the ships in the area
Okay.
and of various rocks on the planet. And I say,
Okay.
I'm still probably going to check them out anyway, but I just wanted to know.
You show her the sheared in half piece of that immersion racer. You show her the front half, and she says, "Not anymore." You show her the back half, and she says, "Depends."
I win.
She flips the checkerboard and teleports away.
That's not very nice. I'm gonna have to
Pim,
set this up again.
Hey, Pim, can you ask her about the other ship as well when she gets back? Just ask her
Indeed.
if I would say that it's useful.
Leave
if
me
I
a
would-
list of questions, and I will ask them when she is at most relaxed.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I'm just going to quickly write down a list of like the area and try and use her as a geoscan to basically find
way,
everything useful.
I'm sure if she was to play chess, she would kick your ass.
I'm not surprised. I can't read the future, Pim.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, I can still beat her.
You know what? Once I go do this immersion ship, I'll come set up a chessboard down here. It's been a while
The
since I've done
Board
something like
Games Club. Mm.
that. Why not? Yeah. And I get up and head back to Dimitri and just say, the rear half, we're headed there now.
Misty, the checkers is reset. Your move.
She teleports back in. Don't call me Misty.
What would you prefer?
She makes a move.
Move. Very well. I will call
No,
you move.
that was me just saying that she made a move.
No, but he's taking her action as a name.
She doesn't immediately object.
I'm going to continue playing checkers. And then
Okay.
every now and then work in that a question, but not press it.
Okay. I'm trying to understand Darius's priorities because you have said specifically, will I find it useful? So what? What would Darius find useful?
Cyberware. Okay, anything related to extraneous information that is not something that he can use in a way to manipulate, bribe, or that he wouldn't give a shit about. Like, so if there's research on a vessel, he's probably not going to care. That said,
Charles.
yeah, but he wouldn't. And the way that Darius worded it is
Yeah.
unfortunate. He would find things useful if it can equip people with better weapons, better gear, or augments of any sort. So cyberware would be on the menu. Handguns, weaponry that is unique or stuff that we don't have, or something that might lead us towards something like that. But any information on like biology, wildlife, or anything like that, anything that Darius probably wouldn't know the worth of anyway, he wouldn't give a shit about. So, unfortunately, that means if one vessel is a research vessel packed full of medical notes, he probably wouldn't find it useful. Or if one vessel is like, yeah. Sorry, Charles, that's just how I'd put it. So it'd basically be tangible equipment or immersion data would be the only things he'd actually find useful.
Okay. Pim, could you please make me a persuade roll using tactics? No, that doesn't make any sense. Persuade with intelligence then, or I'd say a persuade roll and a tactics roll then probably.
I rolled a 2 and a 5 with intelligence, plus minus 1 for tactics. That would be 7.
Okay. Okay. I'd say she probably loses the next few games of checkers against you because it seems like she's thinking very, very, very hard. And after a while, she just says, "Big guns."
Big guns.
Big guns.
I'll just relay that to Darius, and then I'll say,
Did you know that the best thing about board games is that even if you lose or you win, the game starts again?
Keep on making moves.
I replied to Pim, thanks for the try, Prim. We're probably going to have to investigate anyway, because for all I know, she's lying to us and saying everything's useless so that we don't go there and go quicker.
I do not think she has the capability to lie.
I don't know. She seems intelligent enough to recognize that others might.
She is intelligent. There's no need to lie. She's intelligent enough to know that she doesn't even have to talk to you.
No, but what I mean is that she can see the future. So if she works out the exact words to say that would cause a particular outcome in the future, she might lie unintentionally even.
Then so be it, as long as we know what is where.
It's worth a shot.
By the way,
So,
she is very good.
Yeah.
just for context, the big guns was referring to the large, damaged cruiser in the debris field, the one that had its rear exploded.
I mentioned that to Lockie as I walked by and go, "Hey, Lockie, I asked our, Jesus, I don't have a word for it other than our onboard psychopath, resident crazy. Anyway, I asked her what was...
If you bothered to ask her name.
Yeah, multiple times. She's got no idea what it is and refuses to be called by anyone I give her. Look, she's nice enough anyway. She reckons on that ship over there we can get, quote, big guns. I don't know if that means firearms that are handheld or artillery, but we should probably have a look there as well.
Big guns are big guns, who cares?
And I just laugh slightly and keep walking.
Basically, you said big?
You said
How
big
big?
and guns in the same sentence? What?
Okay. Is
So
that
anyway? As I keep walking, I just say, so anyway, Dimitri, the front half of the immersion ship is gone. We don't need it.
What about the back half?
That's where we're headed.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Has anyone bothered to find out if those ships have parts that we could salvage for this ship that might be useful?
Well, I tried giving her the name Misty and it didn't work. I asked her if visiting them, I would say they were useful. And she only said the back of the immersion ship, not one over there.
I detect the problem in what you said. You said I.
Well, I would think artillery and big guns to equip our ship out is useful.
I would
I
think
think it
tools
would be
and, like,
better for you to just look at each of the ships. By the way, she doesn't seem to object to the name Move.
Thank you, Pin.
Darius.
Yo.
I would find, say, fissile material and tools a lot more useful than big guns.
I mean, if it was me, what do I find useful? I'd find equipment in general
Coffee.
useful. Cyberware.
Coffee?
Nah, coffee is not useful in this part of space. We're going
Just
to use
scan
cooking.
every ship. There is no point in speculating.
Probably right. Maybe something about precognition. It's a bit of a trap, Pin. It makes me feel like I should know what's happening.
You need to understand that precognition isn't all-knowing and all-seeing. It only sees one version of events, and the answers it usually gets are cryptic. I have gathered this from how she plays checkers. After all, she has still not beaten me.
That's a point. Thanks, Pin.
I'm enjoying it. Don't thank me.
okay? So, are you going for the immersion ship or the cruiser?
The immersion ship.
I'm pretty set on the back of the immersion ship, and I would push for it heavily.
First.
And are you taking the cruiser you are on to get there, or taking the Gloved Molotov?
Molotov.
Okay. Is everybody going, or just Darius and Dimitri?
There's no way Lockie would let him go on board a ship alone after what happened to the last one.
Fair enough. Okay, so half the party are...
I would also ask Catalina and ask her to bring one of those generators that she's bought, just so that we can hook it up to the computers so I can quickly tap in, hack it, and get the hell off.
Does that mean you also need me to come along to hook it up?
Probably.
Okay.
What? Why cannot I do it? I'm not stupid.
Oh yeah, Dimitri's pretty good at this stuff. He can do it. I've got repairs to keep going on over here. I could also probably use Tazi's hand. A
Yeah,
field.
alright. No issues.
I got a few jobs here that need more than 2 hands, if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay.
Duh.
So do we take Lucia? Or do we put her, make it the boys' trip? Like,
I guess it's the boys' trip minus Charles. And it's probably best we leave at least one psychic on board with the other psychic.
okay. Still like she can't just blink to us anyway. But anyway, let's go.
I know, but in case something happens, I'd like to have him closer rather than further.
So, 3 of you pile into the Gloved Molotov and take off towards the lightning field, leaving the rest of the crew behind on board the Umankut. And I think that is a good place to end the session.
Indeed.
Because we are half an hour over time, and I was trying to find a good endpoint, and that's a good one.
Cool.
But yeah, you've made a friend?
I mean, maybe?
It's a
We
it's
made,
a first
we
new
made
crew
a,
member.
someone that won't kill us at the moment. So
I
it's good.
have made a board game rival, and that's all that matters.
Made a board game club.
Today, checkers. Tomorrow, chess. In 5 days, the game of life.
Either that or the moment that we do one thing that upsets her that she really doesn't want to happen, she murders us all.
Yeah, but the same could be said about any one of the members of the crew.
Pretty much.
I don't know.
We're all
Darius-
pretty
if Darius-
suicidal.
If Darius was to go in the deep end, it would be more dropping a bomb on a popularized, civilized area than it would
Oh
be.
yeah, because that's way better than just
Yeah,
kidnapping,
but-
killing
no.
people who.
See,
Yeah.
It's scale, man. Scale.
The scale is much higher, but it wouldn't harm the crew.
Catalina would disappear.
Pim, if he was to suddenly hate the crew, would probably just boom the reactor. But yeah.
Yeah, Catalina, if she goes off the deep end, will just disappear.
Yeah, but this, I don't see this chick as a threat. She's just protecting herself.
She's
And
scared.
She knows that if she's got enough precog sense to know that if she kills any of us, she's not fucking going anywhere.
So we're probably lucky that she does have precog, because that's the only reason she isn't totally violent.
She is holding herself together enough by understanding, like she's seeing all of the paths to where she wants to be, and is spending a lot of time finding exactly the right one.
Yeah, we've just got to make sure that none of those paths involve killing everyone.
It's very hard to see yourself killing people if you're just playing checkers or board games.
That's true too.
Well, let's bear in mind what happened the last time somebody decided to sit down with it with an AI and play games with it.
Yeah.
Yep, him.
Do we recall the movie War Games, everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to play a game.
Yeah, this
So, on that note, does anyone have anyone they'd like us to raid?
I don't know who's around. It's a bit.
I don't know. It's holiday season, so there's not actually that many
Yeah.
people on.
It's a bit later than our usual ending time as well. So if people were
I have
absolutely
in my followed channels. I have us online, and I have Soviet Rumble, and he's got 2,500 people watching, so he doesn't need it.
Soviet Rumble.
Womble.
Womble. Okay, that sounds adorable.
He's a funny guy.
Nah.
Soviet Womble, I've got him on Steam, and I haven't worked out who it is.
Oh,
The Soviet Womble is a streamer, but
Oh, is he? I have
Yeah.
no idea. I've got him on Steam though.
he
Probably
streams,
someone using his name.
currently he's
Could be.
playing Space Engineers, but no, he's a makes a YouTube channel videos mostly, I think, and then moved to Twitch. But plays a lot of multiplayer games. And it's just all the shenanigans of like what people are saying and stupid shit happening and that kind of stuff. So
I see no one really either that is pertinent. Just us. I'm surprised and pleased that there are 11 people watching us. So that's cool. Thank you everybody for bearing with us in this very interesting and unusual session. I was
Yeah.
prepared. I was prepared for combat. I really was. I was thinking, okay, how can she use her powers to not die if people get a bit trigger happy?
The fact that she's a teleporter and she can also use precognition to move out of the way of bullets.
And funnily enough, she
Nuclear
hasn't
one
really
abilities.
done anything wrong.
Yeah, look, honestly, if you have the good enough of precognition, you can just walk towards someone who's shooting at you if you know exactly the right ways to walk and how to step.
Like, being a precog and
Being able to
taught
see the
the
future and
point
being
that
able to
you're
enact
crazy?
it are two different things.
You reckon?
Yes.
Because,
Yeah,
I mean,
no, but
you would see the future. Like, if you were stuck in a room that was closing in on you, yeah, you wouldn't be able to enact
The only issue with that is it changes. Your possible future changes the moment you take a different action. So the other person can react real time to that.
The problem with a bullet is, yeah, you can see where it's going to go, but can you actually react fast enough to avoid it?
I mean,
Yeah.
but you could react. I mean, she can see how far ahead.
All right,
Sorry.
she gets precog.
And-
I'll get a
yeah.
chain gun. We'll see who wins.
I mean, yes, the fact that she can teleport means she has a massive advantage in that regard, but
yeah, and all she needs to do is be able to teleport behind you, put one finger on you, and she can teleport you into a star.
Can she?
Yeah.
No.
Not quite. She can teleport you into low orbit and then teleport back on the ship without any effort whatsoever.
That is a
Okay.
form of aggressive teleportation and is not something accessible to people without the prerequisite level and ability.
She's torched. She has access to every single ability in teleportation and precognition. She
Actually,
doesn't
no.
need to worry. What?
I did some reading on this, and actually, no, that's not the case.
Really? I thought it was you had access to everything.
No, she has access to all of the abilities she has learned properly, and she can use them with impunity. It doesn't give her everything. I made absolutely sure I was correct on that. So I gave her the levels in psychic I wanted to.
Nick has suggested polished cryptid.
Sure.
It's funny because I'm sitting here and they just got raided as well by 16 people.
Do it! Yeah!
Let's do it! Double raid!
Like,
Okay,
oh,
it's
I just
happening.
came
we
here
can
looking for
discuss
someone to
this
raid as well.
afterwards.
It's happening!
Make
Well,
it so!
That sort of leads to believe that she was already a hyper important person, though.
Alright, we are raiding now. So, bye guys!
She would be if she was the navigation assistant.
Yeah, true.